All right. Good evening, good morning, and good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to True TV 24. This is a True Talk, whereby we are having a true political talk. With me, I'm having Zalendo Kipril and Mr. Black. And today we are going to discuss some of the few things that have happened over the weekend. As we are winding up the weekend, we know there have been some political happenings that have affected Kenyans directly, and there are some that are yet to affect Kenyans directly. So we're just going to discuss the general topics. On table, we are going to talk of the fuel subsidy. As we know, the government have denied that they did not give the subsidy after saying they are not going to give the subsidy, and they've come up with some names called fuel standardization. So we are going to weigh out to see what is the difference between this subsidy or fuel standardization, or is it the same thing and the government is just in denial after realizing that they are following the footsteps of Uhuru, somebody they bashed and said did not know how to run a country. We are also alive that there are some clashes at the border of Kisumu County and Kericho County. That is after High Court ruled that Sondu is in Kisumu and should be paying the rates and should also be paying the sales to Kisumu County government. We know there are several people who've been injured and some of the homes have been touched. We're also going to see what the government is going to do to ensure that the clashes are not witnessed. And we are also looking at, among other things, the succession politics. We saw Ruto in Kisii, and you can see the Kenya Kwanza are giving mixed reaction, despite the fact that we know that there is a bomber stroke taking place. So with me, I'm having some panelists here. I'm having Zalendo, I'm having Mr. Black, and the female portrait you're seeing there is for Kipril mwenyewe. So karibuni kila mtu na tuweze kuzungumza kama Wakenya, na kwa wale wanaotutazama pia ningependa kuwakaribisha na muhakikishe kuwa wakati mnajiunga nasi kwenye mazungumzo siku ya leo, mmekaribisha wengine na tuweze kusonga pamoja. We are live in Mutembei TV, live in True Talk TV, and we are also live in Mutembei TV, that is Facebook page. So as you join us, ensure you like the video, share, and invite your friends. And if you've not subscribed to True TV 24, you've not subscribed to Leo TV or Mutembei TV, ensure you do so that whenever we go live, you'll always be notified. Welcome back. I know some of you, most of you have missed this show. This is a show that welcomes everybody, irrespective of what you believe in, irrespective of your political affiliation, so that you can truly speak and discuss matters as they are. Nwacha nianze na ningependa kwanza kwa mkono wangu wa kushoto. Mzalendo, karibu.
Thank you, Leo, for that wonderful introduction to the program. Kip, you've been out for a while. Black, thank you to see you back. You told me you are holidaying and you look like you're really enjoying your stay wherever you are. Asante sana, nice to see your face. The beauty about this conversation is that we are talking about our country and the good things that can come out from the political leadership in our country. You see, this conversation, we started it immediately after the elections. We started the conversation on fuel subsidies and the pressure of these particular platforms, the pressure from Wananchi has made the government back down. And now we have subsidies at least for 30 days. This is a good gesture that UDA government is indeed listening to the Asla nation, the people who supported them to government, and Kenya at large, and the Azimio leader. So the protest, I can say it has worked in some way. There's a discussion going on. We don't know what is being talked about at the moment, whether they have agreed on anything. But I think one or two things that they might have agreed on is the fuel subsidies that is back on the table. So that is a good sign. That is a good sign. The economists are also saying that Kenya has improved economically by about 6.7%, I guess, that figure. So we are in the right trajectory as a country. So hopefully the political class can come together and have a conversation. This conversation is so important for business people, so healthy for the nation. And again, you have seen clashes happening in various borders, especially the border in Sondu. Now that Leo introduced that topic, that is something that has been going on for a long time. It is high time that the security organs move with speed in that particular area, and the fighting stop between the Kipsigis and the Luo community living along the border. Otherwise, thank you very much, Leo. Back to you, Leo, or you're frozen. It's like Leo's internet is tripping once again. Leo, can you hear me? Leo, are we audible? Yeah, I'm back to you. No, we can't hear you, Leo. We can't hear you. We can't hear Leo. When he
Can you
gets
hear me
back,
now?
then yeah, we can hear you now.
But I can hear you clearly.
Oh yeah, we were not
Me, I
hearing
can
you.
hear you clearly. Thank you for so much for your submission.
Hmm.
Oh, okay, okay, sorry. I really appreciate your submission and your contribution, accepting that that Mwananchi's voice must be heard. So I just want to give at least everyone 5 minutes so that they can give their opening submission. Then from that, we'll be able to see how we are going to like debate. If somebody is going to say something that needs a response or needs some clarification, we'll also give it a question and answer session. And I'd also urge those people who are watching and following us from the Facebook or whether you're following from YouTube so that you do participate. It is not a must for you to come into the panel. You can join through the link that I've shared and give your contribution. Uh, Apart from that, you can also just text or write a short text there, a question, a response, or your reaction.
Leo's internet is tripping once more. But anyway, let's continue. When he comes back, maybe keep. Can you give your submission?
Yes. Okay. Like very, very, very many Kenyans. Hello, gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen. Karibu sana kwa show. Like many Kenyans, I want to make it categorically clear. There's many of us who have never accepted the elections last year. I do not recognize Ruto as my president, and that is my right. He's not my president. Secondly, for me to recognize his presidency, fungua saba. I will always say that. Let's do an audit. Msiniambie sijui mambo ya sijui Ruto cannot open the server, sijui kuna. Don't give me technicality stuff. Staki kusikia. That is just me saying, fungua server. Then we can talk. But as for now, my president and deputy president are Raila Amolo Odinga and Martha Karua. Plain and simple. Let's get that clear. Number two, I want to talk about Mrs. or Miss Whitman. Whether I disagree or agree with Kenya Kwanza, UDA, Ruto, or Rigathi Gachagua, I disagree with them on a personal note because they're Kenyans like me. This is our home. We are Kenyans, and I do not need foreign people to go and tell us what we think or not think. Yeah? We as Kenyans saying we do not trust what happened in the election, it's us as Kenyans. Ni nyumba yetu, ni sisi ndio tunafaa kuongea mambo. Tunyemane, let's continue doing this. I just give it a theory. Yes, the US has been successful in many ways. That is fine. But just because I do not have any children, and you have 10 children, you do not come to my bedroom and teach me how to make love to my daughter, to my mother, to my wife. You cannot teach me how to make love to my wife, because that's my bedroom, that's my business. So Mrs. Whitman, back off. This is our problems as Kenyans. And when there's domestic violence, that is when the society jumps in. What happened when the police were killing our sons in Nyanza? What happened? You killed our sons and daughters, yet the US was quiet. Why are you coming in now? So-called big brother. Another place I have a beef with is the IMF. And this, I don't care whether you're from Kenya Kwanza or from Azimio. There is no way in hell any Kenyan voted for us to get loans. Hata wewe mzalendo, you did not vote for any loan. Kuna siku walikuja kukuambia, I don't care from Moi era, even when Kibaki and Raila were together, kwa nusu mkate, we didn't ask them for these loans. Why isn't this IMF World Bank loans coming through parliament or coming through the public to tell us why we need these loans? There you guys have to agree with me, even you black. Why do we need these loans? We don't need these things. IMF, World Bank is based in Washington, meaning that they have heavy influence from the United States being a major shareholder of who's providing funds to the IMF and World Bank. So the US, Canada, Japan, United Kingdom are the ones who are influencing us. So mimi hata kama huyu mtu wenu ni president wenu, kwa sababu ako na hizo madecision zake hapo, me it doesn't matter. Hiyo ni fight tuko nao, the three of us we have a fight about that. That is fine. Plain and simple, ni sawa. Lakini ni nini tunataka hizo loans za nini? We are very rich country. Don't both of you agree we are rich country? Why do we need loans? Let us default. To default. Let's default. Ni nini?
So tukidefault keep tukidefault hizo loans hakuna vile tena tutazilipa.
We don't need them. That's my main. Why do we need them? We are a very wealthy country. We don't need those loans. Why are you saying if we default them, we'll never get more loans? Why don't we become a nation that gives loans? Bona tusiwapatie loans? Why are we the ones who are receiving loans? Tuache mambo ya loans. Stop being brainwashed about loans as Kenyans. Let's be frank, we don't need them. We're rich. Our soil is the reddest, the most fertile in the world.
Well, well, I don't know whether Black agrees with that particular position, but keep.
Mr. Mzalendo, just before you proceed, I know Black anakuja na mishale. Maybe before you proceed, before my brother and my friend and my party partner Kipril takes a break, I agree with him in most of the things, actually almost 90%. So the only thing that I'm not getting is when it comes to defaulting the loan. Does it postpone this one to our next generation? Kipril, are you suggesting that, like, when we default in this loan, obviously at the end of the day, we'll have to pay it. Like the Chinese loan will soon become their subjects. We will soon be reporting to them. So do you want to say that we need to pile these loans and maybe postpone it? Push it
default,
forward.
When I say default on the loans, it just means we call our country bankrupt. We're bankrupt.
Are we punishing
we legally let us be bankrupt?
Our kids and our great grandchildren who will come after us?
Yes, let them come after us, but let's start from scratch rather than paying the white people. You know how much an IMF interest is. It's 56% of what we originally gave. So if we give 1 trillion, if we take 1 trillion, we're paying back 560 billion shillings. I mean dollars, sorry, not we're paying a lot. So let us default, start from scratch. Let us spend what we have. Okay, let me give you an example. Yeah, I make 100,000 Kenya shillings a month. That's just an example. Just an example. I make 100,000 Kenya shillings a month. I take a loan of 20,000. This was what Kenya had been doing. We take a loan of 20,000. I pay it next month. I still have 80,000 to play around with the next month. But slowly we've gone into the habit of, okay, we start with 20,000, we move to 40,000. Now we're moving to the area where we're borrowing more than 80% of what we're making. Does that make sense? Then we're left with 10% to spend. It doesn't make sense. You cannot borrow more than you can make. You simply cannot, as Kenyans. It doesn't make bloody sense. Why are we borrowing more than what we can spend? I mean, what we can make. If we needed an extra 20,000 on top of our income, maybe to build the roads, yeah, let's give that as an example, to jenga barabara, because the 100,000 was needed to keep the country running. So let's say we just need a surplus of 20,000 to build the roads. Because we didn't have that 20,000, we borrowed it. That makes sense. But in this case, we are borrowing more than we make. It doesn't make sense to me. I don't get it. We're living beyond our means. Let us go back. We don't need more roads. Uhuru and Ruto's period walitengeneza mabarabara ya kutosha. Kibaki alitengeneza makazi ya kutosha. Let us come back to basics, meaning that let's build our economy with our strengths: agriculture, tourism, and services. As East Africa, let's work on the fundamental stuff that we already have, build our economy from there, then move on. Because you cannot tell me borrowing is going to build an economy. It doesn't make sense. Pole. Let's default, call our country bankrupt, start from scratch. That is the only medicine. Thank you.
Thank you for your submission. Keep Bena Black.
Yes,
Can you
yes.
give your submission as we continue? Karibu sana ndugu yangu Samuel Ondieki. Karibu sana to
Thank you.
True
Thank
TV.
you so much.
All right, Black.
Hello,
The mic is yours.
Mzalendo. Hello, can
Nakusikiza.
you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah. First of all, hello to everyone, fellow panelists, ladies and gentlemen watching us wherever they are. Thank you again for this opportunity ya kuweza kuchangia mawili matatu. As you can see, I'm on holiday, so but I just couldn't hold myself from at least kuchangia kile kidogo ambacho ningeweza for the next maybe 20 minutes. So I hope mtaniruhusu baadaye kidogo niweze kuondoka, but before that, in that 20 minutes which I'll still be here, 20-30 minutes, there's some few things which I think it is best if we put into correct perspective. Like for example, in issues to do with the fuel subsidy, I think the government has been so clear in talking about or telling us that it's not actually a subsidy. It's basically, the petroleum development levy that was being charged and has always been charged in the cost of the fuel that we buy. Ndo inatumika hiyo pesa kuweza kupunguza bei ya mafuta. For example, for each liter of petrol and diesel, 5 shillings and 40 cents has always been deducted from that price which we pay as a petroleum development levy, and it goes into that kitty. And 40 cents, 0.40 shillings, that is, has always been deducted for each liter of kerosene, right? Now, it's that very money that has been always been deducted that tulikuwa na shida nayo in the previous government, that we never got to know where that money was being used, because as it is right now, this current government is actually using that money the way it is supposed to be done. Ndio hiyo ambayo imetumika kuweza kupunguza bei ya mafuta. Otherwise petrol would have been around 202 shillings or 210 shillings plus per liter. That would have been the cost. So right now they are currently utilizing that petroleum development levy as it ought to have been used, and that's the reason why the prices are low. So let's not confuse subsidies, because if it was subsidized, the prices would have actually gone far much lower than they are right now, right? And as it is, kulingana na income yetu ya nchi, tayari tuko na minus, we are on deficits, we cannot afford such subsidies. So it's actually the PDL, that is the petroleum development levy, yenye inatusaidia. Okay. Now, secondly, into matters to do with the international community, which my brother Kip was talking about, and our lenders, IMF. First of all, IMF cannot charge us an interest rate of 56%. That's impossible. There's no loan that IMF gives out with a 56% interest rates. It goes between 14%, 16%, 17%, 18%. It can never reach that far. The only predators
So 16 and 18% is fair. Kwenda.
Do you know what banks links? Do you know what banks interest rates are right now in Kenya? You have no idea. That's where they are right now. So we are talking about 14 to 16%.
Doesn't mean it's fair.
And they are for low income countries, IMF actually usually gives zero interest rates loans. So it is good to give Kenyans proper info on that. Now, on the other issue of
Hold on.
Yes.
Mmelipa Eurobond. Mmemaliza kulipa Eurobond.
Now you're crossing, unavuka vitu ambavyo hata
tuko na IMF bado tujalipa na tuna Eurobond. So we are borrowing to pay for other loans. No, just explain that bit. Yeah, maybe I have been wrong, but I think it is still 56%. Explain why we are borrowing. Why we are borrowing to pay other loans. Na usiniambia ati previous government, because Mudavadi ni
unfair.
Mudavadi ni wenu.
It's very unfair, Kip. It's very unfair that while you were submitting, there are a lot of things. There are a lot of things that I did not agree with, but I was fair enough to allow you to finish your submission, so that once you finish your submission, then when I would get opportunity, which I have right now, I'll be able to counter whatever that I felt was not in order. So I think you're being unfair if you cut me through while I'm trying to pass out my points. So I can only kindly request if you can just allow me to finish my points, then you can ask me questions, which I'll be very glad to answer.
Go ahead.
Because utanitupisha my train of thoughts, right? Now, on the matter to do with the way you're saying, white man should not have interfered with Kenyan issues. I find this statement very strange, because number one, I ask myself, when you're bringing in international observers in these elections, and at the same time, you don't want them to speak about how the elections were. So what's the point of bringing them? What's the point of having observers who you would not want them to speak about what they have observed? Then it's best not to have them at all, right? Because in each election, we welcome international observers from various countries, US being among them, to oversee our elections. So why do we invite them in the first place? So if we can invite them as observers, then we should also be ready and willing to listen to what they would say was what they observed about the elections, right? Whether you'd agree with what they say was the observation, whether you disagree with what they say was the observation, that's a different thing. But you cannot say they have no right because you actually gave them the right by the fact that you put them there as observers. So you have to start there, Mr. Kip.
Or,
Right? Secondly, when things go south, you're very quick to ask them to intervene.
Hmm?
When things go south in matters to do with the way you, when things to do with the way you are agitating for, right? As Azimio, for instance. Now, but the minute they do the contrary of what you were expecting, that would be in your favor, you immediately turn the West as your biggest enemies. It's just the other day, not so long ago, if I recall, wakati walipokuwa wakiambiwa that mzee ati kwamba atazuiliwa kwenda Ulaya, and they were saying kwani huko Ulaya ni mbinguni, si lazima tuende, wakwende na hizo ni. I don't know if you recall that, Mzalendo, at that time.
Yeah.
Wakiambiwa
Those
kwamba
have been at. Mhm.
yes,
Yeah.
like kwani huko ni mbinguni, wakwende huko, nani ana shughuli na huko. And then just months later, they're the ones who are so quick to like cry out for them, and they want to ask them to come and help them out. I mean, it's very strange, right? So it's about time we get to live um, the reality, right?
Okay.
As it is, as much as you may not have liked this government, they are trying their level best. That petroleum development levy is doing what it's supposed to do, is reducing that cost. So tuichukulie tu hivyo. At least that's the least I can say for now.
All right. Thank you, Black, for your submission. Let me welcome Mheshimiwa Kennedy Obuya. I can see you driving, but listening in. Thank you so much. Ashley is also on the background, as usual. Karibu sana, Ashley. Long time we have not seen each other. And Ondiek Steve, welcome to the show. I know you've waited to give your submission. In that sequence, karibu sana. Steve. Steven, can you hear me? Steve? Samuel, go ahead. Sorry, it's not Steve. Samuel.
Yeah, it
Sorry.
is someone. I was wondering
Who is
whether.
it? Yeah, you are trying to look for this
Thank
Steve.
you.
It is Samuel.
Thank you so much. I'll wish to talk to about three things, and I thank you so much for the forum. I'll start with the statement that Raila put out to the U.S. ambassador. Raila is being a politician. He is always a politician. His statements are political. One thing that a politician hates so much is anything that can reduce or compromise his political capital. It reminds me of 2013 when the famous statement that choices have consequences. That was music to the ears of Raila Odinga. Anything that was coming from the Western powers that you cannot elect someone whose credibility is in question, that is what he liked most, because that was to boost his political capital. The US and the Western powers have always issued statements. What matters is, are those statements likely to cause you lose some powers, so to speak, or what is the effect of those voices? What is the effect of those statements to your people that you're leading? So when the same people who spoke in 2013, the same offices are now speaking, saying that this election, the 2022 election, was credible, and you are telling them, you guys, can you stop talking about Kenyan politics, stick to your country and all that? That is being hypocritical. But again, he's a politician, because that statement makes him look like he's not acting in the interests of Kenya at large. So they're just being politicians, and every statement that comes out of these politicians is political in nature. Having said that, there is another statement which is very political. It's an economic issue, but it comes out to be very political. When, for example, the UDA government led by the president, William Ruto, he always says that we want to raise local revenue so that we can stop borrowing. It is a somehow correct statement, but we can never stop borrowing. That can never happen. There is no country in the world that never borrows. Borrowing is part of a country's progress. What is important is, what do we do with the money that we borrow? That is the most important thing. Of course, when they came in, they realized that these guys who were in office, of course, Uhuru Kenyatta knew that he was getting out of office. So what he did is to sweep every money that came his way. There was a lot of economic blunder. Those guys stole left, right, and center. That is the truth. And when he came in, he realized that we cannot continue, because some of these guys that were given tenders for oil tenders to supply us with fuel and all that, nobody knows how the tenders were done. There was no tendering. There was nothing. These guys were just called to a corridor and told you, you can supply this. Bring about 2 jerrycans of fuel and you're given 1 billion. These were very unclean tenders. So when he came in, he realized that he cannot continue paying something that is no value, that does not add value. So that is when he said, we are not going to continue with these subsidies. But again, you cannot do without subsidies again. The international market is not a market that Kenya can control. You cannot decide how much you're going to buy fuel from, for example, the Middle East. You have to buy the fuel at the price, the international market price. But when it comes to Kenya, therefore, what do you do at the country level? So that is where subsidies come in. What are subsidies? These are monies. These are taxes collected from people. So what they do is they put it back so that it can cushion us against higher prices. So there is no problem with subsidy. Whether they call it any other name, I don't care about the naming. What I care most about is, if I go to the pump, am I able to have my fuel in the car and move? That is what is important. But there is the politics part of it. The other side of politics always comes in, like, you guys, you said you are not going to get into subsidies. Now you brought them back. What is the problem with you having a subsidy? The only thing is, are you able to access fuel? That is the most important thing. For me, if you can call it anything, you can call it a stabilizer, you can call it whatever you want to call it, but what is important is, I want to access fuel, I want it at an affordable price. Yeah, that is most important to me. But anyway, each statement that comes out of these guys is political. And the president has a responsibility to steer us to greatness, like he has always said, and it's not easy to navigate through, because we're in a very bad situation. But I hope that at the end of the day, we shall have success out of it. Thank you.
Well, Leo, you're back. Ken, I don't know whether you are in a position to say a word or two, or I can leave it to Ashley. Are you in a position to say something? I can see you driving. Yeah, okay, you're audible. We don't want
I joined late, Nick. Thank you. And I'm also on the road. I've just come. I'm from Kisumu to pick my sons. They went for a tour in Mombasa. I'm driving back to the village. Kindly allow me. I can see the conversation is very resourceful, and please allow me to listen up to the end of it. Then I will do my submission kindly.
All right, thank you very much, Mheshimiwa, and have a safe journey. Make sure that we want to make sure you are safe, and other road users are also safe.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you.
All right, Ashley, can you give your submission?
Sure. Thank you so much for giving me the opportunity. I was actually listening, and I didn't intend to get in until I had keep talking about defaulting on the loans. And before I go there, I wanted to say that the response that Raila gave to Whitman, I feel like was a missed opportunity. If we remember during the BBI at Bomas, when Ruto stood there and said, help me understand how, and then he would ask questions. I think they should have come to Whitman, because anybody can have an opinion. That could be her opinion personally, or that could be the stand of the US. And you cannot force someone to have the opinion you have. That is part of democracy. Forcing people to listen, to think how you think is dictatorial. So it could be that to her, with the information provided to her, that those were her beliefs as a person or as a representative of the US. There is nothing criminal about that. I think what the Azimio fraternity should have done is to say, help us understand how you think it was, how you think your way. Let us sit down. We show you why we are saying it is not, it wasn't accurate, why it was rigged, and have a discussion or have a debate. Let us show you our facts, and you show us our facts. We might be wrong, and you might correct us, and you might be wrong, and we may correct you. I think that would have been a better road to take. Instead of making it to stop talking about, only the guilty are afraid. But if you know your truth and you stand by your truth, you always want to stand and defend it. So instead of attacking people because they don't believe what you believe, you should be there to try and show them why you believe what you believe, to make them a believer and to add more people.
Sorry. What ambassador of any other foreign country has come to the US and talked about the elections of the US? Or what the US people
they are not forbidden.
Nobody has ever come. Nobody has ever come and dictated as an ambassador to tell Americans what they think. Who does think that?
You don't have to do. You don't have.
Right.
Please let me give my submissions. Just like Black say, let us respect each other. I've kept quiet. You're not Ashley, so I would respect if you just listened, put your points down, and give a rebuttal, and I'm done. This is my opinion, and that's what I'm talking about. We need to respect each other's opinion. If you don't agree with it, wait for your turn and ask me that question. What I think is that they are ambassadors of the US to Kenya. So they represent the interest of the US to Kenya. So the opinion of the US to Kenya is that the election was free and fair. If you, as the opposition, do not feel that the situation is right, it is your burden to prove to them that it wasn't fair. You don't have to do it confrontational. It doesn't have to be a fight. It has to be civil. You sit them down, you show them your facts, and you agree to disagree. They were invited to be observers, and as observers, they do have an opinion, and that is their opinion. So if you think they are wrong or they were misled, it is the burden of proof is on you to show them why they are wrong, not tell them they cannot talk. People who silence people are people who do not want to be questioned because they are not right. Unless you are guilty, then you don't want someone to question you. When you walk in transparency, you want to be questioned because you want to be open, and so that anybody can understand your position. If they still insist, even after you have sat them down and shown them why you think it was unfair, you agree to disagree. because there are those people who will be on your side, whether for political reasons, for personal reasons, or because that is what they intellectually think, and you have to respect that. And if you come to America and you want to talk, if they give you the time of day, then you can talk. The thing is, in Africa, we give them the time of day so they talk. If you come to America, even though you say that, they won't listen to you, they will ignore you. So in Kenya, if your leader, the senior most political leader, wants to take what an ambassador is saying, it's up to you. If Raila is called to America and he gets on the next plane, it's up to him. Let him call some senator from the US and see how soon they get on the plane to run to Kenya because Raila called them. So it is just a part of who we are. If you want to run around like a kid because someone called you in the UK and say he had to leave on an emergency meeting, how many leaders from the UK will leave because Raila called them on an emergency meeting? So sometimes it's not even those people that are wrong, it is us. If a wife allows their husband to beat them, you can't help her, because then she has to be able to put boundaries to protect herself. So that is my opinion. Now, on the other issue of our debts, if so many people know about credit, like in the US, if you have credit and you're borrowing money to do something profitable, something that will bring you more money, it doesn't matter if you take that loan, because it will grow, and so you will not have a problem paying the debt. The problem with Kenya is we get debt and then it is stolen. We were told the other day by Wanjigi that some of that money doesn't even come to Kenya. It goes to people's private accounts. So my question is, why should Kenya take the fall? Why should Kenya default on debt that they did not use? I don't see why Kenya should be even involved in debt that was not legally acquired. That is uncollectible debt. So the first thing we need to do is audit our debts to see which ones are legal and which ones are not. Any debt that is not legal is not our responsibility. It is the responsibility of those people who borrowed it. So why is Kenya being involved in defaulting on that debt? That is a question to whoever is saying we default. What are we defaulting on when it is not our debt? If it is our debt, what did it do? Because we borrow for development. So if it developed, then we should have been able to have money to repay. The reason we have no money to repay is because this money is being taken and going to people's pockets. Why are we still borrowing? Like someone said, Kenya is rich. It is because people want to enrich themselves. It is not being taken to go into funding development or causes to do with Kenyans. It's going to people's pockets. That's why we see people, leaders, when they go to a function, they fly, they jet there. They jet to places, they don't even use the road anymore. Which other country, even in America or the UK or in Europe, do you hear of leaders jetting to functions apart from Kenya? And yet, if you look at how much they are paid, it's not money worth, it's not even money that they should be able to afford this kind of luxury. This is our third world country. So before we start saying, let us default on this debt, let us ask, is this debt ours? Is it alleged debt owed by Kenyans? If it is not owed by Kenyans, we should hold those people who owe it legally accountable and refuse to pay on it. And pay, actually, according to Jimmy Wanjigi, we have overpaid and we are due a credit. That is my submission.
If I may ask you, please, before you go away from the mic, do you think our president is ready to walk that road of auditing and bringing people to task, if there is any that went away with the money?
So I think that is a question you can very well answer for yourself. Before the finance bill, Jimmy Wanjigi, who is my source, said that Ruto has an opportunity now, before he signs the bill, which 70% of the income, the revenue that they are collecting is going to debt. And this is questionable debt. He has an opportunity to have that debt audited so we can know which one is really legal before he signs the finance bill. He didn't do it. And that should answer your question.
But is the government willing? Have you seen any signs that they are willing, ready to walk that road?
But they are the ones who are taking the money. It's not disappearing by osmosis. So that's the thing, that's the problem we have. So our problem is that we have a government ya wakora. If governors can, instead of helping their people, they are also yani wameiba in the serikali, wamejiongezea pesa. Juzi tumesikia hata opposition wamepewa pesa na wanataka create opposition office. So you see sometimes these taxes that we are collecting is going to them. More than 3/4 is going to their pockets. Because if the opposition party has been given money as a party, and then we create an office of opposition, and again they are paid. Isn't that double payment? And then again they receive money, like Prime Minister received his retirement, Kalonzo received his retirement, Davadi received his retirement. He's also now has another position he received. They are paying themselves over and over again. So what the problem we have in Kenya is leadership, who is not wanting to be accountable, who thinks, someone went to these bipartisan talks and said, we want these talks to be people-centered, not leader-centered. If you look at what they are, especially the Kenya Kwanza side, all their points are leader-centered. We have a problem.
Thank
First
you.
of all,
Thank you, Ashley,
sorry,
for
very
that
quickly.
submission.
Very quickly, I want to say, Ashley, I agree with 75% of what you said. Aki, umeweka points mzuri sana. I'll keep quiet now. Well put there. Thank you.
Well,
I also support the same.
Everybody seems to be supporting Ashley's position on Maina Ngigi's odious death. Although we cannot really clarify where Maina Ngigi is getting his figures because he's not a government official. So these are his personal assumptions. They've never been.
That's the same thing I wanted to say. So
those are his personal assumptions. So
what's his source?
Yeah,
because if he only has
he gave access. He gave us in public domain. He didn't get anything outside. He didn't do any, like the way they are saying about all the information is information you can get for your. If you listen keenly to him, one of them that he talked about is Eurobond, the 2 billion.
I listen to him.
Let me tell you something. What we need to do is to go.
Let me add.
All right, Stella, go ahead.
He said something. I was refuting something. I was refuting something just before. I was asking, as much as I want to agree with Wanjigi that yes, we need to audit our debts, and that is true. We need to audit our debts to get the true picture of where we are, into who we owe and how much we owe. But where I have question marks is on the source of his argument. Now, if he only has access to what we all Kenyans do have access to, and then he goes ahead to say that there seems to be 2 books, one which has the actual figures and one which has some figures missing. This is where now I want to question. That is where Apollo Nachia.
You know.
So the only thing I can say, where if Nancy, the only thing I can say, am I audible? Am I audible?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Unanisikia huko?
Unasikizwa?
Unless Nancy Gidungu comes forward and tells us that they have audited the national debt And these are the official figures of what the country owes, and this is what we have paid. Up to that point, I want to take Wanjigi's comments as partially true and partially political, because we should not forget that he was a friend, like he always said, that he played a major role in forming the previous government.
Let's leave that out. Let's talk about the fact of the debt.
Yes.
Just leave that. Now you're going
Yes.
outside the topic. Let's stay with the topic. Let me tell you something. Let me tell you something about
right now. At this point, actually, we don't have facts until the Auditor General.
One of them, the Auditor General, the Treasurer came and said that this is what they have done. And if you want, I'm going to get you those clips. I don't have them right now. I think the Treasurer, she said what they have been doing, they've been borrowing the money from the loans with the intention of returning that money. And they've been using it to pay the civil servants or to do other projects or other things that they're not supposed to do per law. But they normally borrow to return. What has happened is that when they take this money that is given for development to put towards other uses, and it was supposed to be on a temporary basis, what has happened is that the money has never been returned. So it has accumulated to where it is so much that they cannot be able to return it. She said that on a Spice FM interview. Second, everything Wanjigi has said, he has said it can be found on the public domain. Second, there's a time he went to a certain meeting and he talked to these people. I think they were in the finance bill, and he was talking to them about auditing, and they told him they'll get back with him. He raised his facts. They did not dispute them. They told him they will call him for a second meeting. Up to date, he has not been called for the second meeting. They say they are going to see if they will audit the debts. The fact is they have refused to open that issue on auditing the debts.
Very quickly, very quickly. So number one, I agree with you, Ashley. Number one, audit is very important, yeah? Audit is a very important issue. So yes, we should open up those debts we've been getting, see where all that money has been sent, all those, like a complete where, what, how, where, when. We need to know where that money is gone, what it's been used for. And then, before we do that, even before, let's put the word default out, yeah? Let's pause getting loans. Tuache kuchukua pesa. Let's stop doing that. We find out how money has been used in the past. Then, if we need money, it should come to the people. It should come to our representatives. I do not understand where somebody wakes up in the middle of the night and says, we're going to take 1 trillion, we're going to take 2 trillion, we're going to take... I do not understand where that comes from. I never hear the parliament debating about loans we're going to take. Don't you think that is fair enough? At least let's meet in the middle there. For me, it's about us, the public, understanding why we're borrowing money and where the money is going. Let's audit. The same thing I'm going to insist on, yeah? We're going to be in a bit of disagreement here about the US thing. Let's put that to the side. We do audit on everything, even the elections we had last year. I just want the public to have an audit, a forensic audit, accounting audit, elections audit. Isn't that fair? Isn't that a fair thing to ask as a Kenyan? If I dispute something, let's forensically look at it. Yes, the Supreme Court said that it's take a short time to look at all these elections stuff, Mama Jumbo, whatever it is. But now, as the public, we're still shouting for it. We're like, come on, guys. Even if it takes many months, fungua your kitu, fungua server, fungua the account books of Kenya. Let Kenyans see what is going on in the public. Why is all these things a secret? They are in the US. You can see how things are being spent. In the UK, you see how things are spent. The public is privileged to that. Don't you agree with me on that, on those 2 points? At least, I don't know. I'm wrong.
This thing about election, what people don't understand about the election thing, if you look at in the US, Trump is saying that the elections were stolen. Remember, we used the same farm to do the elections. Don't you think if they opened the server and they found discrepancy, it would put a full Like it would put no confidence in that system. And remember, the government that is in the news right now is being accused by their opponents that there was rigging. So you have to also think, as a person, the psychology of the person who is speaking. You do not expect Whitman in any shape, form, or fashion to support the opposition in Kenya because they sound just like Trump.
I agree with you. You're opening a can of worms because we are using the same systems of the US. So if there's doubt in Kenya, there's going to be doubt in the US. I agree with you. That is why the US is protecting that. But then that is where my second point of let them do their business, we do our business, meaning that let's forget about their feelings and think about ourselves. Now we're beginning to have a discussion. I'm actually liking the discussion we're having on this. Is now let them deal with the issues they have with Cinematic, whatever the company is called, and let us deal with our side of things. We want it opened. If there's an issue on their end, from their end about Trump and all that stuff, Trump is saying it was illegal, whatever it is. Where afanye investigations out? Sisi tukuje tufanye yetu. What we're saying is, let's audit this thing. Let's audit this bloody thing. And now I'm beginning to understand why the US is very adamant about that server being open themselves. Because it will embarrass them.
Hold on, kid. Hold on. Time out. Time out. Time out. First of all, the machines, the way the US, the machines that are used in the US are not the same as the ones in Kenya.
Hold on, is this my brother? Is this my brother, that Afro?
Yes, it's your brother, Kip. Siku mingi. Mpaka nikugwaruze kidogo.
Salamiana kwanza. Salamiana.
Okay, sorry. Black, nice to see you. You are bright today. Ndugu yangu hapo, my sister there, ako hapo very strong. Azimio, I forgot her name.
Gosh.
Stella kama kawaida.
Stella taniua. Pole. Unajua mzalendo wa kuweka majina hapo sana nasahau. Ashley hapo huyo ni DK huko anaendesha gari ama ni nani? Alafu na ndugu yangu pia huko.
No, the guy driving is new in the panel is Honorable Kennedy Obuya.
Okay. And my brother also with the white polo shirt, habari yako.
Salama sana.
Okay, I just wanted to say this. Kip, the elections in US, the machines they use are slightly different and the case that Trump is making is also slightly different from what's happening. Elections are.
My bad. Nimesema my bad.
Oh, okay. Anyway, going back to the audit of the electoral machines. Yes, we can do that, but at first we have to have IBC commissioners who we can write to and tell them to open the servers, because as of now, we don't have anyone we can tell. IBC is an independent commission. Those are the people who are supposed to do that, okay? That's why you see them talking about restructuring the IBC we selection panel, we choose the next commissioners, okay? It's not Ruto's responsibility to open the servers. That's the one misconception that we have, especially on the Azimio side. We keep on saying, Ruto fungue server. It's not Ruto's work. In fact, he has no powers to tell the IBC to do A, B, C, and D, okay? And number two, why do we even, and I hate to make this argument because I make it all the time, why do we need the server? Hizo forms ambao wali fill out on all constituency, because the presidential election is to be determined at the polling station. Hizo forms ambao zili collectiwa hapo at the polling station. Those are the ones you can just ask for, tally them, compare with what Chebukati alituambia. If there's any discrepancy, turudi kotini tuseme haya hizi vitu hakuna nini. That's why Wanjala aliwauliza. Was there any difference from what was in any polling station with what was announced there? And Azimio couldn't answer. These are shenanigans by Raila Odinga. Well, I'm sorry, and I'm not pro or against him, but he's full of shit. Okay? What did the US ambassador say? She only said it was fair and square. Of course, US doesn't have a because Kerry also told us that 2007 elections were fair and square. But we all know Kibaki stole the election. So what Ambassador Meg Whitman, who is the former CEO of eBay, said is inconsequential. Like, I don't know why Raila is in his feelings. Like, who cares if she says it was fair and square? You know, mbona nakasirika na jam ati sijui rogue. Then alafu when something happens to the Azimio supporters, oh, let's go to the US. If anything, before Maandamano, who was the first person she met? He was the first ambassador of US and the British High Commissioner. Yule de mamenda kukua ninio, kukua ambassador uko India. So what I'm saying is this. These are silly shenanigans. Both Azimio and both Kenya Kwanza, Ruto and Raila and Uhuru, all of these guys are colonial puppets. Tusidanganywe hapa. That's why you see her, Kun is meeting whatever. But anyway, going back to the debt, to Wachayu Mambo election, let's go back to the debt. Jimmy Wanjigi made a good point. Yes, and I agree with Kip and I agree with Ashley. The e-finance bill, first of all, it's illegal. We should carry out the audit to audit ECV2. The constitution is very clear. Black asked, how did Jimmy Wanjigi get this information? Article 35 of the constitution inakupatia power, even as an individual, to ask the government to give information about a particular particular information you want to receive. It's kind of like the freedom of information in America, okay? Ile unaweza kufile to court alafu unaambia, hey, show us what's going on. We want to find out. How did you borrow this money? When? How much was it? And who received it? And which bank account did he enter? Okay? That's how he did his auditing. And also, okay, Mtata, Pia, in fact, they were working together. So I agree with Ashley and Kip in that we should audit this in the New York, because these people can be held accountable personally. If it was Uhuru Kenyatta and Mlikula Pesa, ama Ruto, they can pay it personally because, again, in the Constitution, Article 226, Section 5, subsection 5, inasema, they can be public official can be held personally liable kulipa hizo madeni. So we should know the law when we are talking about this. So I agree with Kip, I agree with my sister Ashley. Yes, easy pesa to the audit. Hizo ma 2 billion ya Eurobond ambao Dani alikula, Uhuru alikula, alipe. And so forth, so forth. Yes, I'll leave it there. Thank you very much. Nice to see you. Minta nyamaza niwasikie basi.
Well, thank you, Kenya Rebel, for that elaborate analysis of the debt situation. I know you're very, very passionate about the odious debt. It is something that has been there in the public domain. Maina Wanjigi has held several conferences, several discussions, and I think at one point he was even invited in Parliament. So it is something that the government is looking into. But let us not forget, there are many government organs that are looking into the Kenyan debt situation. The lady that is in charge once said that she was very, very frustrated with Parliament because some of these issues, she raises them in Parliament each and every time. It's only that it doesn't get in public, or we are never interested during the session. But she's always in Parliament to answer some of these questions we are deliberating today. But parliamentarians, as usual, this is something that is less of their concern. Stella, can you give your submission, please?
Okay. I think I'm agreeable with. I think I cannot add any more. Kenya Rebel has submitted what exactly I wanted to say. Also, Ashley, I'm in support. I'm still waiting to hear any input to mwenye kona any input in regard to the debt issue.
Yes, the debt issue, I think it's a very, very complicated issue. It is not in black and white as you see it. The Kenyan debt is a bit complicated. Samuel, do you have something to say?
I will agree with you. I will agree with you that
just open the books. Open the books. Open the books of forensic audit. Just audit. Hata wacha mambo ya elections. Let us audit how we've been spending money as Kenyans. Let's start from there. Once we can be honest about how money has been spent through tenders, through government spending, through salaries, all these things, hiyo kitu kutekea hapo spreadsheets, showing us how money has been spent for the last
Sasa keep
10
hiyo ni
years.
mzuri
I
sana,
think
is a
Kenyans
very
will
good
be
idea, but sasa it will go back mpaka wakati wa Moi, it go back
It doesn't
mpaka
matter.
wakati wa Kibaki and
Fungua.
to date. So
No,
are
we
we
are
going
checking
to
this
Okay, let's do
regime.
this. Let's do this.
We are
Let's
checking
start.
this regime.
Let's start from 5 years then. Tuanze miaka
No,
tano.
no, there is no need
Is
of
that
going
fair?
no?
for 5 years. That is past. Let's start from the time Kenya Kwisha entered into
Well,
power. So we
Yes.
want
well,
to know.
Fungua.
No. The thing is, if we are talking about the past, it won't bring any difference in the present. Right now, because taxes they've been collected, we want to know exactly what projects are going into those, what monies which have been borrowed or debts which have been borrowed, it's going to which project. That is what we want to know as Kenyans. Okay, the first one we knew, it's about the housing fund. I know guys have been collecting that money. So we want to know from next year, where are those grounds or which constituency have given grounds on those where those houses are being built. That is what we want. Number two, we want to know whether the roads which were incomplete, if they are going to be still commissioned to be completed. So let's not talk about the past, because if we talk about the past, we are going to get exhausted. We are going to get exhausted.
All right.
The thing
All
is,
right.
we want to know the collection, what has been done.
Slightly
Okay,
disagree.
The past will not exhaust us, it will relieve us, because the debt that we are paying now.
What difference is it going to make? What difference is it going to make? Uhuru is gone with his
a
goods
difference.
and they've eaten money.
Go
No one
go
The
is
back.
willing
revenue
to
from
take
the
them to
70%,
EACC. Listen,
the
Ashley,
70%,
what I'm trying to say is this. Fine, the government of Uhuru regime, they misquandered money. Fine, what has the government done till to date? Is anyone being brought to the book being told that you are given money to do a certain bridge? How come that bridge has not been completed? Right now we are talking, it is what is in the present, because if you speak on the past, it won't help.
Yes,
It
it will
won't
help.
help.
Hold on.
because the reason it's going to help is because the debt that we have now is because of those loans that were borrowed in the past. Hakuna need ya kuuliza what has it done. What we need to know is what account that money went to. We don't want to know how you spend it, why the road was not built. If the money went to your account, you should be told, you should just be told to pay it, or we sell you and your family and we get the money back. Full stop. We don't want stories. We don't want nothing.
I am not disputing. During Uhuru's regime, how many debts have there been there? There's been a France debt, there's an IMF debt, there's an World Bank debt, which Jimmy Wanjigi said that we are not owing anything.
That is the audit that is going to show.
Wait.
Okay, ladies.
Then we have the Chinese debt. You get?
Ladies.
Fine.
Ladies.
Ladies,
what I'm trying to say.
You
just a quick one, very quick. Ladies, I agree with both of you. So there's one thing that Zalendo is saying about exhaustion. Tuanze pole pole. Sasa to meet in the middle, Stella, you say, let us start auditing Kenya Kwanza from now. Sai Kenya Kwisha, tuanze now. Number two, we then move to taking chunks, and let's not take too long. Taking chunks of saying, okay, 5 years of Ruto. Tumalize hiyo, tuangalie audit yao, tufunge watu wenye waliiba pesa, we start locking people out, then we move to Uhuru Ruto 1, tufunge hao watu, alafu tuende kwa hiyo Mwai Kibaki, and then we move like that until we clean up Kenya. Hii mambo ya kusema it's too hard, Mzalendo, we cannot say it's too hard. We start with phase 1, Kenya kwanza, tuangalie nyinyi mnafanya nini na hii pesa. Aya, Uhuru Ruto 2, tufanye hiyo kazi. Me, I don't care if he's with Azimio right now, Uhuru is with Azimio. I don't give a shit about that. Kama liba pesa, tumweke on the books. If Raila Odinga is suspected of it, we're tuone. Let's go see it. Me, I'm just speaking as a frank Kenyan who's really, really angry of how my country is going right now. We need to fix stuff right now. Hii mambo ya kila siku postponing stuff is a waste of time. We cannot postpone.
Exactly.
We cannot push things under the carpet. It's unfair for us. It's unfair for my children. It's unfair for my grandchildren. No,
Amen.
it stops now.
And this is what I'm trying to say. Fine, no problem. Ashley, I agree. Fine, kukona debt we borrowed during the time for the Uhuru regime. Yes, during Uhuru regime, there've been a lot of, and I can say his regime had a lot of projects. But if you see, only 10% of those projects have been completed. The rest of the 75% are all white elephant projects. Do you get me? Now, what I'm trying to say, if the projects which are still white elephant and yet where the Kenya Kwisha wants to revive them, first thing, they are going to get money they'll have to borrow money to complete the project. But the thing is, let's not rely on the pesa enye ilikuwa imeshaombwa na Uhuru. Hiyo ishaisha, hakuna yenye imebaki. So as we speak right now, even right now, schools, they are meant to be increased, especially streams. There are universities which needs to be what do you call it? They need to be commissioned. There are hospitals. You get what I don't get it is like all these white elephant projects. If Kenya Kwisha insisted that they'll have to collect our taxes, they need to do those. They need to finish those projects other than starting other projects. So I don't get it when you're trying to say tuangalia maneno ya Uhuru. Hiyo ishaisha. Sasa tuangalia ya Kenya Kwanza. Wameka hapa 8 months. And I know they've been collecting money from the day they stepped in that office. But now what do? They misquander money with trips. They steal money from XYZ. There are CSs who take advantage, even stealing 6 billion to 10 billion from NHIF to any. They've been stealing. We have money, but that money is being stolen by the guys in the Kenya Kwisha regime.
So Stella, I wish to ask you a question. Yeah. What did you wish be done to the people stealing in this Kenya Kwanza government? What do you want them? I mean, what should happen to them?
Listen to me. I'm the one who's around here. I know. If this Kenya Kwisha can do and arrest those people and taken to court, what happens to our judiciary? It is compromised. Mtu atashikwa aliiba 2 billion, anapatiwa bail ya 500,000. Is it fair?
Lakini nikiba kuku nini tutafanya?
Kwa 6 years na unaambia utoe bond ya 100,000. It is there.
Stella, just hold your thought.
I am speaking facts.
Just hold your thought.
The newspaper yesterday. No, if you read the newspaper on Friday, there was a certain MP. He was found that he stole almost 1.2 billion. Pesa ya watu wasindigisho wanawadanganya na hii kitu ya whatever. This guy was released with 500,000. Is it fair? That 1.2 billion ingetengeneza hospitali ngapi ama ingeweka watoto hao watoto wenye walikuwa wamecontribute hiyo pesa wangeenda higher education in Nairobi. You don't need to go out of the country. There is USIU, there is whatever. Then they are absorbed with a program by the government wafanye kazi kwa county. But what is happening? Watu wanakoniwa. If Kenyans can contribute 1.2 billion watoto waende, don't tell me that Kenya doesn't have money. It has money. But that money is being squandered. Mandagor was taken to court. He only spent even one night. Then he was released with 500,000 bond. Tell me, where is the justice? Please tell
Stella,
me. I need someone to give
Stella,
me
what you're Stella.
Now I am in pain.
Black, just hold on. There's a gentleman who has been on the background for so long. We are forgetting him. Victor.
Just a minute.
Victor.
Just a minute. What Stella is not telling us, also, despite what she has said, yes, it's true, I agree, is that also the EACC has gone after the person whom she has named. They've gone after his
assets.
His wealth. His assets.
His assets. All right.
So
thank you for that clarity.
Yes,
they've gotten hold of his assets.
Kazi yao wacha nikwambie watu wanatakiwa kushika hiyo asset because there's a how do I put it, there's an organization called an asset recovery whatever. Now that one, it's the court which is given the forensic of what someone got the money through proceeds of crime, that business enterprise or his whatever which were gotten through it's frozen. So the thing is, if the judiciary had done their work, they could have frozen Mandagol's accounts and everything which he owns by his.
That's what has happened, right?
Anyway,
But that's what has happened right now.
Black and Stella.
They've gone for his
This will not end. We will have a conversation about Black and Stella. Stella, we'll have a conversation about Mandago in the next discussion. And I think it was a step in the right direction. Having somebody of Mandago's caliber behind bars, that's a plus for the government. So we'll have that discussion going on. Victor, can you give us your submission? You've been waiting for a while. Our discussion today is a recap on the Kenya politics, the Kenyan debt situation, and generally, what do you think is happening positively with the Kenya Kwanza government? Are we on the right track with this government? Kindly welcome. Karibu sana.
Okay, thank you everyone.
Now your internet, it's like you're having internet issues, Victor. I will mute you for now until you log in and log back, please. Thank you.
Give me some minutes.
Yeah, I had a question. I think Victor is back.
Victor, are you okay with the internet?
No, give me some time. I'm not okay.
Okay, and please shut the radio on the background.
Okay.
Can you go ahead?
No, just give me some time. Oh, let me say a thing before I can reschedule myself. As I was saying before, I was saying that I'm thankful for the opportunity, and I want to greet everyone. Seeing me from both the divide. I know we have the two divides. There are others supporting the Kenya Kwanza, others supporting the opposition like Madam Stella there. Talking about the politics of Kenya, I want to say that just to take ourselves aback, the leadership we are having presently, I think they were not aware that they were going to win and that they were going to lead us. That is what everyone should be having in mind. And it came to them as a shock. And that kind of shock is what we are seeing currently. And that is why Madam Stella is saying that each and everyone wants to eat. Let me use that term for us for now. Each and everyone wants to eat. They want to pocket. And that is what is affecting us so dangerously, if you see from every kind of the politics in Kenya. So just to hold on a bit, I want to say that Kenya is going in a very bad direction. And I think the leadership needs to be given someone who can take them in the right way. Someone who at least can advise them, though they are crying foul. We call them crocodile tears, crying foul of the government had some kind of huge debt. Those are just crying fouls, or we call them crocodile tears. It is just as a result of lack of preparedness. They didn't know what to do. So in my next discourse, I think I'll give some kind of finer details of everything I'm trying to bring on. I just want to give a paraphrase just to clear, because I need to do something on my internet. Then I will submit in the best way possible. For now, I want to humbly request that let us continue the discussion. We're going to make it so that at least we can know and advise our leaders whom we are close to make the country run the right way. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Victor, for that wonderful submission. Samuel, you had got something to say. Can you go ahead?
Yeah, I have listened to Stella and the lady who spoke earlier. The problem with our country is we have centered everything around the political arena. That anything that is meant to be successful has to come from the president. The president has to give a word. The president has to commission that let someone be audited, let someone be investigated, let someone be, he has to give an okay. That is a very dangerous road that we are working on. The 2010 Constitution tried to come up with institutions that were meant to be unbiased when it comes to doing investigations, so that they can really have the real evidence, the facts on the table, so that if there is anybody who has done anything to do with corruption, they are honestly apprehended and the justice road takes its course. But anytime we have our institutions around an individual who is the president and is a political figure, I can assure all of us that we don't expect any results when it comes to stopping corruption, for example, in this case. I can give you an example. The police, the reason as to how we came up with IPOA as a country through the 2010 Constitution is that the police could not investigate themselves. There's a lot of bias. If you send the police to investigate their own police officer, we are likely to get a very unbiased report. It is the same thing if you ask a politician to investigate another politician and you expect the truth out of it, is expecting too much. If we have the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission, the guys sitting in those offices, if they are not able to investigate an officer, a politician, a high-level politician, then we don't expect anything when it comes to political consequences or consequences to anybody who steals public resources. We are a political country. That is something that we must agree, all of us, that we are very political. Before a politician decides to take a course, to take action on something, the first thing he will consider, what are the political consequences? If the political consequences have a negative impact on his person, be sure he will not do it. It's the same thing. If you ask William Ruto to audit our debt and implicate the former president, we will be expecting too much out of that space. If we have institutions, I pray that our institutions, the anti-corruption institution, becomes more powerful. They get hold on real files. They charge people. Our judicial system is functional so that we don't have to depend on a politician to have someone apprehended. For example, between 2017 and 2022, our political space was compromised. We didn't have an opposition. So much happened that there was so much looting. That is why, the issue of auditing, have you heard Raila Odinga say, let us have an audit of our debt? If he hasn't spoken to that, be sure nobody is going to put pressure on the government for us to audit our debt. Who is comfortable? Who is comfortable to stand and say, we are ready for the audit to take place? The president cannot walk that road unless he is pressured. Who is to pressure him? Raila Odinga and his troops. If we don't have an organized opposition, be sure we will get nothing out of the audit. Number 3, Jimmy Wanjigi is a politician. All these are political figures. Jimmy Wanjigi was there. He saw the thief carry money. He saw the thief carry money into his bag, pocket the monies, go into his car. The thief drove away. The thief has gone several miles away He's coming to us telling us, you know, I saw the thief. Let me show you, the thief came here through this door. He has stolen this money. I mean, he's trying to play politics for heaven's sake. I mean, it is because this is a political arena. Everything is around and about politics. Let us have our institutions be strong enough to have the evidence to go after people who have stolen our monies and be brought to book. That is the only way we can heal as a country. But expecting William Samoei Ruto to audit the debt, I'm telling you, we'll be expecting too much. Thank you.
Well said, Samuel. I don't think these politicians, you know, it is a club. It is it's like Karen Golf Club.
Sure.
When it's for members only. We wananchi are spectators on the other side. But now we are getting more involved into the politics in our country. Earlier on, I had somebody saying about the election. I wish Kip was here. I would have given him a bit of my knowledge of what my understanding in the last general election. It is very, very sad to claim that Smartmatic was involved in the rigging of elections. While here in America, the same firm was sued by some Republicans and lawyers on the rigging of election. And remember, those claims were thrown out by court and they have had to pay very, very heavy fines. The lawyers who were involved in peddling lies about the elections here in America, some of them have been struck out of the bar and some of them have apologized that the information they had was actually false. So sometimes we might be talking a lot about Smartmatic and the previous election, but ask yourself this one important question. Why isn't the Azimio people suing a Smartmatic company? Why haven't they gone for Smartmatic, the company itself that was in charge with conducting the elections? Because they are the ones who are in charge of the technology. It is not IBC, it is Smartmatic. They can't go that direction because they don't have the facts. So facts are very important when you go to court. That is why they have been going for IBC, you know, some easier direction. The best chance was to sue Smartmatic directly. Kenya Rebel might not agree with this, but he might agree
Me
to
too.
some
I
extent.
cannot agree with you.
I know
Let me
Stella.
say something about, I know Kenya
Listen,
Rebel.
no, Ashley, let me just answer this. Smartmatic.
Go ahead, Stella. I know.
No. Mzalanda, there's one thing I don't understand with you. Smartmatic was only giving the support technology. Why Kenya, they're called Azimio. Azimio lost is because of one thing. Azimio, they never took their agents where they were meant to be. Number two, remember what Nani was saying, Chebukati. They'll only rely the results when they come from the polling station. So whatever was being transmitted by Smartmatic, it is null and void. The thing is, there was something called, what do you call this thingy, Neni? Kim's kit. Isn't it called the Kim's kit? The Kim's kit, what was happening, there were three people in the polling station. There was the returning officer, there was the polling officer, and there was the other one I cannot even remember. That form, which was called Form 32, Form whatever, those forms, they used to take it with a phone. Once they take it with a phone, it is uploaded. Once it is uploaded, now that is the final result where the polling station, where they transmit it to bombers. So you cannot come and say Smartmatic and Jose Camargo in this story. So Smartmatic was just a support system. The people who you should fault, it is not IBC. It is the agents who are on the ground, and they're the ones who brought the malpractice. So if it was a polling station which is almost 200 kilometers, and where the tallying station it is in Nairobi, so who are you going to fault? Is it Jose Camargo or Smartmatic, or IBC? Mzalendo, answer me.
Before Mzalendo answers, I'm going to say something. I know somebody, I think Kenya Revolution say that Smartmatic was not used in the US. It is used in the US, and they actually sued. They sued two companies, one American News Network, and also another company, Newsmax, because of claims of bridging. Also, Smartmatics in Venezuela was accused of being skeptical to being rigged. And I'm also reading here that they have been accused that their systems are easy to tamper with. So what happens is the company is contracted by Kenya to supply voter identification system. And the problem with it is that the reliability of its technology is in dispute because there is vulnerability to the kit for tampering. So what the audit would show is if those information that was input there was tampered with. I know someone said that we can go and take the Form 31A or whatever and do those. Just like we do in the bank where we have a bank reconciliation, I am thinking that is what they are asking. They will take those forms and they will compare them with the data in the system and audit. So I don't see why we should go back and forth, have people killed for something that can be done, unless there is something to hide. So why not just do the audit? Why just not do the audit? But let me tell you, if we do the audit and we find that there was any tampering, there are more than 30 countries using the Smartmatic. So that will just be a whole, it will be like a Pandora's box just coming off loose. So let me tell you, that will be the hardest thing to ever be done. And it will be supported by all those countries in those that use Smartmatics, because it's going to create havoc in the world. That will not be done.
Okay.
Ashley.
Let me ask you. Ashley, Kenya Rebel, wacha tu niulize hii swali. When you guys are in America doing your voting, do you have that Form 31, Form 32B, or those Form 30, whatever?
No.
You don't have. You people, you use technological, either it is email or either it is phone. Isn't it in America?
No, you go to you can use a paper, but you can also go to the station and go online. You can.
Okay, fine. So when you put that paper in that booth, how is it counted? Is it put it electronically or it is put in a ballot box? I'm asking, if you do that paper, is it put, do you submit it electronically or you put it in a ballot box?
It depends with the state. Every state has its own way of doing it.
Now, as in Kenya, what happens? The people of Smartmatic, because this matter was being argued in court, and I remember when the AG, when they were trying to defend IBC, they came with a support system where they said you cannot sue Smartmatic because Smartmatic is the only thing which gives you information. The data is being protected by the data protector, because there were two people in doing those things when they were taking our IDs, they were taking our fingerprints and everything. Smartmatic is only giving the support. But where the issue was happening in the rigging, it is in the polling station. So we cannot bring Smartmatic accusing them that they tampered with our data, our polling station, everything is not electronically. Okay, what I'm saying.
Yes.
They're called what? Those ballot boxes, the ballot. Yeah. Once you've already finished and the polling station is closed, what happens? They wait till the closing time. Once they do the closing time, there are people who stand there, the agents, the returning officer, call them. They count those papers one by one, and they repeat like 3 times. So one is being asked, is it correct? Yes. Is it correct? Yes. Do you have a dispute? No. Now, that form, I don't know whether it's 32B or 33B, I cannot even remember. They take the photograph of that thing using a KIMS kit. Then it's transmitted to bombers. So you cannot come and say Smartic, they're the ones who tampered with our about the rigging. The rigging starts at the polling station, and that thing Chebukati emphasized, and even you people, you saw how Nani, the senator of Narok, was trying to fault Chebukati. And this is the same story where Churchill and Beatrice and what's her name? Sholay is our lady. They called the Sholay lady. They were like the transmission where they were being done. It was done by one person who is the returning officer, and it shows this is what we've gotten, and no one has brought any dispute. So when we went to court, we were not disputing about Smartic and Jose Camargo. It is about the polling results. Then it came and it was shown that the results were only being transmitted at the polling station, not at the tallying station. So Smartic was not it. Smartic was just a support system. So they never tampered with the information of any voter. The people who were tampering with voter is those papers, those things which were putting in the ballot, because you'd see someone has gone toward it, or they take the ballot box and disappear, and then they destroy it. So you can't say Smartic.
Right. Stella, if I may.
Yeah.
That's a really good point Stella made, and I just want to say, Ashley, I know what you're talking about. Yes, Smartmatic and Dominion voting machines were used in the US. I kept on saying this. That's my biggest argument that we have with Mzalendo. I keep on telling Mzalendo that 2020 Trump won, but he doesn't. I mean, we can argue that till the cows come back. Because if you look at, actually, I believe he lives somewhere in the US. Go follow Arizona, Maricopa County. It's very clear how these machines were used to tabulate in favor of Joe Biden. Remember Pennsylvania, Nevada, when Trump was leading, if you remember that election night, then the voting was shut down at night. And when people woke up in the morning, tuliangalia tukaona mambo engine. But the difference is, as Stella is trying to explain to us, is this. The difference between the US and Kenya is this, okay? In Kenya, okay, the results were being determined, as she has said, at the polling station, okay? So the agents about the polling station, they will review the tally of the whole votes, ballot papers, wanaandika chini, they sign it. Then there was an agent who will physically go with the form that has been signed to take it to huko Nairobi. Is it Bomba Center or whatever the case? Yeah, hiyo pia. Yeah, hiyo ya picha ilikuwa inawekwa kwa portal so people can see while the physical agent was as an original paper, alikuwa anaingia kwa gari anaendesha anaenda huko kupeleka physical. So that's why I keep on coming back to this, the question that Smoking Wanjala asked. He asked, of all these polling stations, okay, hizi results zote ambazo ziliosign, okay, was there any discrepancy between the numbers that were gathered at the polling station, and the number that Chebukati announced? Is there a way that this number that was sent in the air through this portal? Was there anything that was changed? Can you prove that? And the Azimio could not prove that. In the US, the machines are the ones that do the tabulation. And if you follow the Maricopa County in Arizona, and also in Pennsylvania, and also one in Fulton County in Atlanta, you can see there's various things that happened. There was also vote harvesting. There were people who were bringing ballots usiku. But that's an argument I want to argue with Mzalendo, because it has nothing to do with Kenya. but anyway, I'm simply making the point that Stella was making, that the presidential election, I think it's 34A forms that had the presidential results. They were announcing who was winning, who won at the polling station. Then they relayed to Nairobi, where Chebukati will review it and answer it. Alafu na hiyo form wamesign hapo, a physical form was to be taken to Nairobi. So that's the difference between that and what happened. Anyway, that's what I wanted to say. Thanks.
And I think we should not dwell on that because I don't think a Raila government would have been any better than the Ruto government. I think we should dwell on things that are going to help us, like the finance bill. And also something else that we have not mentioned is this land that is being given for free to investors. And I'm asking, land being as scarce as it is, why would you give investors who are rich people land like we are giving away our country, just like the way West Africa is talking of them giving away their resources, yet we are a poor country. If we are going to give out any land, it would be to our citizens. And then we give them money and then let them get people to build those houses. That way, the money from the housing levy stays with us. But I'm going to ask, this money from the housing levy, if this people cannot even be trusted with money that parents gave them, that they sold their land, they sold their animals for a fund, for a scholarship that did not exist. Are you still believing that you're going to get any houses from this government? Depending on how, Mandago was in jail, the next minute he was out campaigning with the deputy president. Just figure that.
So sometimes I used to ask, do we expect anything from a government? I mean, if the government is coming up with the housing project, we'll say it can never work. They are trying to raise local revenue. It can never work. I mean, what is this that can never work for us?
I'm going to tell you. When you look at credit, like when you, let me give you an example, please. Let me give him just one example. I'm not going to take long.
Okay, fine.
People have, like when you have a credit, when you go to ask for credit from the bank, like you're in the US, you have a credit report. How do they determine how they are going to trust you or not, your reliability or not? It goes by your credit history. The reason we are saying it will not work, we are looking at their past behavior and we cannot see any hope. We would want to see it, but they have not given us any reason to believe that the housing levy is going to work because of how they have behaved in the past.
So is there anything, now they have a bad credit history, they have a bad credit record. Is there anything they can do with their bad credit record?
I think they can start. Someone was saying we start with the 5 years of Uhuru. Me, I don't like victimizing anybody. I just know that our debt is at 70% and we are being told we actually are owed. We don't owe. This debt that is coming due soon is an old debt. We should say that we will not pay any disputed debt until we do an audit. So we start from the debt that is the one which is coming due the soonest, and we audit that. If we owe it, we pay. If we don't owe it, we refuse to pay. And it should not go to case. Those people who stole the money did not go to court. We should not take them to court. We should just, if the money is being shown that it went to someone's account, we should just go to their account. If they want to live by the sword, they will die by the sword. You take their money out and the case will come later.
No, for political reasons, let's say that William Ruto is not ready to do an audit for political reasons. What do you think we should do as citizens? What are we supposed to do?
Remove him from power.
Through which method?
All right, guys.
No, you cannot throw him on power. The only way we can do.
There are ways of removing a president from office.
Overthrowing. Listen,
yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Actually, doesn't mean overthrowing. The thing is, me as a determined Kenyan, I'll decide I am not going to pay for the housing levy. Where are you going to take me? Because it is not living by the gun that I am supposed to pay taxes. The thing is, this thing for the housing levy, and I kept on saying this thing, and I repeated, you people, you do not believe me. Hii pesa yenye tunakatwa, hakuna nyumba zinatengenezwa. There is no land. Mzalendo, you argued with me, and I will never forget that you said that this thing, it will come and help us. Now, guys wameokota pesa. And I believe they've gone even above what they had required. Right now, they opened something called Boma Yetu. I don't understand. Where are they deducting us, Neni, housing levy, then you tell me if I need to qualify for a house, I need to pay money to the boma yetu, which the least amount is 2,500. So if this housing levy in our Okotwa, the government has not even told us through a gazette notice, in Nakuru, where are they going to build houses? Hakuna. In
No,
Narok,
Stella.
where? Hakuna.
All right,
No,
Stella.
me
Stella, let me just. It's
Let me
like you.
finish.
Zalendo.
No.
Partner,
Zalendo.
Zalendo,
You
let
are
me
you are
finish.
misleading us. You are misleading.
I'm
Your
not
your
Just a
I'm
statement is
answering what
misleading.
Nani Ashley is asking.
Stella and
I'm answering
Zalendo.
what Ashley she's asking.
Stella and
The
Zalendo.
housing fund,
Stella.
if this government, yeah,
Okay, I know my internet is not that strong, so sorry guys,
can
I
I
keep on
finish my
dropping.
point?
I
Because
just want
I'm
to help
answering
you.
what Ashley was asking
I
about the
just
story
want to
of the
help
housing
you
fund.
before you continue answering. I just want to pose a question that you'll answer too. You know, right now we are told that our government, we are only having one printer that is printing the passports. So a government that cannot
It is
repair
true.
a printer, and you still think this government is going to build your house, you are insane. Number two,
The
There is
same
no house.
government
these
that is
There is
telling
no
when we
house.
houses
went to
are
the
not going to be
America,
built.
There
There's
is
no
no house.
investor
the
that is
same
going to be given land.
Let's have order in the
These guys
discussion. Let's
are
have
looking
one
for ways
person talk
of
here.
acquiring any public land. So they are going to take
Wait,
land in the name of giving investors, then they convert this
where
land
is that
into
land?
theirs. So it is these guys who need land. They're using investors.
Wait,
No investors going to be given land. Land that the one they're going to grab this
and
land.
land should not be free.
There is
It should
no
not
land.
be.
Leo, there is
So
no
for the
land.
housing, whatever, that thing is bound to fail.
Okay,
The people
okay,
No, but
okay,
living
okay,
in
guys.
these
Zalendo is
All right,
houses
supporting.
there
are
is no
Leo,
land.
in the last
who
Let
don't
Ojala
us
have
stop.
forum,
payslips. So
Eli,
Mzalendo
how
was
will you
hey,
supporting.
get these houses
wait
if
a
you don't
minute,
contribute for
Stella.
it? They're
Stella,
telling
please
you
just
those
mute
ones
your
with
mic
payslips are the
for a
ones who don't
second.
I answered
Leo,
contribute.
no.
And these
Leo.
guys with payslips are telling the
Leo,
government, we have houses, we don't need houses. Then the government is
yes,
saying the
thank you
houses are
very
not yours,
Leo.
they are for these hustlers. But the hustlers don't
I
have payslips. So
I
how will
agree
Leo,
the
with some.
Leo,
hustlers
can I
own
ask
these
a question?
houses? They're the ones who
No,
don't
Leo, can
Ask
I
a
ask a
question.
question?
have houses.
Listen to me.
They're the ones who need
Zalendo,
houses, they don't have payslips.
listen to me, Danny.
Okay,
Yes.
Mzalendo, we argued with you this thing about
Zalendo,
housing
continue.
on the previous forum. And I asked you, which makes sense to a Kenyan? Either we go through HFCK, where they were building houses and everybody decides whether you're going to be deducted from your payslips. The thing is, this thing was working. If you see even these circles who are even engaging people like Kenya, they are engaging even banks to help them build houses so that even their staff, they are comfortable of having those houses, they are able to be deducted. They are seeing what they are paying for. But this housing fund, what the government hawajatuambia, where is the land? Who are the contractors? Who is the PPP? Because the government cannot build those houses peke yao. You argued with me saying that this thing, it's going to add more job creation. You cannot create jobs when you have a hungry nation. You cannot create jobs when you don't have a healthy nation. If the Kenya Kwisha regime was very sane of doing this, wangekutukata at a health levy, they build more hospitals, they build more cancer centers to avoid us Kenyans going to India. So what I'm saying, Mzalendo, don't try and say this housing thing, it will work. It is not working. I'm feeling the heat.
All right. I you know,
And
we had
everybody
this.
is against it.
We are not everybody is against it. There are people who are against it. Don't say everybody.
Everybody is. I'm
That,
the
that
199%.
I am not. I am not
But you
everybody.
supported it.
I am not everybody. So
Mzalendo
I gave you an example. Can you just mute a bit, Stella? I know you're very passionate about this housing talk. But listen.
I'm against it. I'm not passionate.
Listen very, very careful, and don't bring this issue back again. There are houses in Kaloleni. You know Kaloleni Motela?
Yes.
Those are that land. Those houses are being brought down, and the government is putting IRAS buildings. That is one. Boma yetu, just wait. Boma yetu in Ngara, boma yetu by Uhuru Kenyatta, boma yangu by Uhuru Kenyatta. That is an Uhuru Kenyatta project. This was part of
No, boma yetu
the big.
ililetwa wakati wa Ruto.
Wewe ujui bwana, wewe sasa mimi nakuelimisha na kuambia boma yetu.
Ninakwambia fungua e-Citizen yako. Boma yetu it was just commissioned.
Boma yetu, the Ngara houses were built by Uhuru Kenyatta and Ruto's government. Unasikia? Enda kwa internet, make internet your friend.
I know. But
Boma yangu.
those houses imechukuliwa na cartels. So hatukuwa
you had asked a question and I'm answering you. You asked where is the land? Now you are talking about the cartels. Where you are talking about the cartels.
Building these houses. It is not only in Nairobi.
They are building it everywhere. In Homa Bay County, the county government has provided land. Yes.
Homa Bay wapi?
Homa Bay inajengwa. You know, listen,
Orengo was against it. Hakuna land.
Orengo, you know you can be against everything, but you see when there are slum dwellers in your area and you are being told that these slums have to come down so that the government puts up houses, then
but
you know
build the houses which they are going to live in, not cartels.
Well, the issue of cartels. Okay.
But
Let me introduce Honorable Kennedy Obuya. Maybe I've got a better insight on the issue of housing. Mheshimiwa, I can see you've already arrived home safely. Karibu sana kwa mjadala. This is, I know, your first time in this forum. It gets very, very hot here with Stella around. And sometimes we have to put her mic off. He has got very pregnant points most of the time. But sometimes it's off. But just allow her to be. All right. Thank you. Karibu sana, Honorable Kennedy.
Thank you, Nick. I'm happy to finally reach home. I was listening to very positive conversation between the team. I can see there's Sam Ondieki. There's Ashley that I've not seen her face. Then there's a Kenya Rebel. I can see there's Victor. There's Stella. Basically, the conversation is about, am I audible?
We can hear you.
Hello?
Yeah, we can hear
you.
There's some
Nick,
flickering.
do you guys get me?
Yeah, we are getting you.
You can get me, okay, thanks. Yeah, there's the internet at home is a little, it's not so stable. Nick, to proceed, I just wanted to put a few highlights on what I've picked on the conversation. One, in your conversation, I picked on the dispute on the last general election. Secondly, the status of the Kenyan economy. And if at all the Kenya Kwanza government is on the right path in the recovery of our economy. Allow me, please, to first begin on the Kenyan election. As someone who has participated actively in the last three elections, that is 2013, 2017, and 2022, I lost in the last election of 2022. And I want to authoritatively, as someone who has been actively involved across the political divide, I've worked with the former president, I've worked with Raila when he was prime minister, I am now working with President William Ruto. I want to first argue, and this is very debatable, that the electoral processes we've had in our country since 1997. It's very interesting in the sense that we have come with a culture of impunity amongst Kenyan political elite that, if it isn't my way, then everybody loses. There's a specific incident that happened in Eldoret. I hope I'm communicating. Nick, you're listening?
Yeah, we are listening. We are listening. We are listening.
Hello?
We are listening. We can get you very loud and
Everybody,
clear.
are we in communication?
Yes. We are listening.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Now, there's a specific incident that happened between former Prime Minister Mzee Raila and the American ambassador. It is a situation that is so regrettable and, it is so undiplomatic because one, Raila is a serious senior citizen, somebody who commands a lot of respect globally and regionally. Coming from him, I think that was very uncalled for. He should have used more diplomatic means in making his statement. And because if you look at the earlier days, we've had elections, and it is Sam Raila who has been inviting, I would say, the G8 to come and observe Kenyan election. And from the earlier
We lost Stella. We lost Kennedy at his network. He has a network problem. I think he will be back. Well, he was talking about Raila Odinga and losing elections, and this other election that he lost. So many people don't agree with it. I can see people in the panel. Leo, you are back in the comment section. Asante sana. Cornerstone. We like your comments. We appreciate you. You keep us engaged. But you guys on the panelists, we would want you also to ask questions that we could be answering here as we have our discussions. We want you to ask relevant questions, things that can help our country. Because if you stop this discussion, some of these things might go haywire. The information that you have as in the comment section, please share it. I'll highlight it. Thank you, Masinde, for being part of the discussion. Luca, asante sana. Keep it real. You took off. Karibu sana. Next time, thank you very, very much for your contribution. Kenya Rebel, I know you are still mourning. Chelsea lost today. You cannot be anywhere available. Kenya Rebel, Chelsea, pole sana. Your first game mulipoteza. Esther, asante sana. We are not Bernard. Bernard is another show. Kenya Tiger. Oh, hiyo ni matusi. We don't encourage matusi here. You have seen the kind of language that we are using here. We are not abusing anyone. We don't want that on this channel. So karibu sana. If you have got some positive comments, you're always invited to come to the show. Stella, it's me and you again, and
Yeah.
Ashley. Ashley is on the background
Hola.
listening in.
Yes.
Now, the issue of housing, you held it so passionately, and let me tell you, all the presidential candidates back, all the presidential candidates, all of them, those who vied in the last general election, they had the issue of housing as an agenda. Stella, being a member of Azimio, being a member of
Not a member
Azimio,
of Azim.
no, being somebody who supports good policies. How do you think? What do you think the government of of Kenya Kwanza would have done better in providing houses for its citizens, because this was part of the government agenda. How would they go about it? You mentioned FCK. FCK is a body that is there, but FCK, like any other government parastatal, it has to be backed up by another parastatal. So these are just government bodies that are created to see that we have a smooth running of events. So whatever Ruto is coming up with is another organization that is probably a duplicate of FCK, but doing a project that is funded by the government, unlike FCK. So that is what makes the difference. Kipril is here, Samuel Ondieki, so many people are now joining. Samuel is back. Ken, we lost you at some point. Can you go on with your submission? Kennedy, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
All right. Ken, can you go
Yes,
on?
I can hear you, Nick.
Yeah, continue with your submission because we lost you at some point.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. Sorry for that. The weather is also good in the village. Now, Nick, I wanted to do my submission. One, I began with registering a concern from the statement of Mzee Raila in Eldoret a few days ago. I just wanted to jog, is it Stella or Ashley? I think Stella. That one, Mzee Raila has been quoted many times, not once, inviting eminent persons in Africa and the world to observe elections in Kenya and also to give a resolution on electoral disputes. And I thought that his statement was way too low, and I think that was uncalled for. He should have used more diplomatic statement because he's not a small man. He commands a lot of respect globally and regionally. Secondly, I also wanted to let Stella and other panelists know that it is normally said Rome was not built in one day. President Ruto, the Kenya Kwanza administration took over a government that was,
Sorry, Mheshimiwa, Mheshimiwa, just a
was
clarification.
I would say looted by the yes, please.
Policy of our party. I know you're from ODM. We have not recognized Ruto as our president. So I know you're in the government, national government. You're in the national government of Nairobi, but huyo si mtu yetu.
I'm from
Sakaja,
UDA.
we recognize him as our governor. Yes, he's our governor. But hiyo ingine mi sijui. We're in the same coalition. But I feel pain when my partners in the same coalition.
That's fine. That's your right. That's your position. That's your position, which is so much respected.
Okay, Mheshimiwa.
If you have a rebuttal, just let Mheshimiwa continue with his submission.
May I?
You can continue. You can continue.
Okay. Thank you. It is important. I will answer you because I think you wanted to inform me. It was a point of information. I stand informed, and I take that very positively. I wanted just to register one. The previous government, every financial year begins from June to June, and it is divided into quarters. Running of the government is done based on a budget, The budget, every budget is done by a budget and finance committee of every arm of the legislature. That is the National Assembly, the Senate, and the county assemblies. And what informs the decision of the budget committee is one, the stability of the internal revenue streams. How much do we generate as a nation on revenue, self-revenue? How much that informs on how much on our budget do we have on deficits, and who do we approach? That informs on how much you borrow. Secondly, development partners. How, who do you seek grants from? And Kenya as a nation, the last 7 financial years, it is on record that we've exceeded, limits in borrowing. And when the Kenya Kwanza administration took office, it is on record that when they looked, because there was what we call the transition committee.
I think he's having trouble with his internet.
He's having trouble with the weather, the
It's
internet.
the weather, I think. Yeah.
The weather is very, very bad in wherever he is. So I would at this point, Samuel, you've not spoken for a while. Yeah.
Yeah, I wanted to go back to the issue of auditing. I work in the pharmaceutical space here in the US, and one thing that is key is using instruments, just like in the IEBC. Before they carry out an election, they should have this mathematic coming.
Is it from my end? Is it from my end or?
Moshimiro, it's on your end. I think.
Your
Is
end,
it
you know,
raining?
you are in Kindu Bay, and Kindu Bay, and
Is
the
it raining?
terrain there. Maybe you built a house next to the lake.
Yeah. It's it hasn't rained for some time, but it's drizzling.
Oh, you can understand about that.
May I proceed?
Yeah, you can.
Yeah, you can.
Thank you, Stella. Now, thank you. I wanted to we just had a government that a new government. Before the Kenya Kwanza government was sworn in, we had what we called a transition committee. And the transition committee, it was a committee comprised from people from different government agencies and the Jubilee government then, and the incoming Kenya Kwanza government. What most of the things they were looking into was the balance sheet of the previous government. What is there on the revenue streams? How much do we have? How in debts, and in our running programs. That is the role of our projects. And that transition committee, the Kenya Kwanza government were properly informed that our accounts as a nation was actually on red alert. And it is quoted when the deputy president, when he was being sworn in at Kasarani, it was widely quoted, of which so many people thought it was not the right forum to address, because people perceived that could have been an housekeeping statement. But it all in all, it went out. He was quoted saying that we are taking a government without any money, with a lot of debts. And true to his word, I want to say this. This may not may not go well with a few of the panelists. One, Most developed nations run the economy based on reserves, which is basically gold and oil reserves. They use this as a currency to actually even take debts from development partners. But how about Kenya? We do not have a strong currency that we can use within the treasury to get debts and offset a few debts. The last 20 years, people who have been, there are few elites who have been actually borrowing silently the Kenyan government money. And basically, majority, I would say 90% of these few people are basically members of the Mount Kenya Foundation. The members of Mount Kenya Foundation are people who basically they owe their allegiance to the two political elite families. That is the Kenyatta family, the two Kenyattas, and the Mwai Kibaki family. These people, majority of them came out largely to be supporting the presidential candidature of Mzee Raila Odinga, which, it is debatable. We can verify that. And when these guys took over, it was also quoted that there are people who have a lot of, who influence our economy, who are, hoarding dollars and their money, that it is no longer in circulation. That's also killed, efforts that Kenya Kwanza, when they took over the new government, that's also, gave them a slower pace, that is. Now, coming back to National Housing Corporation, I want to answer my sister Stella. Stella, land is owned, public land is owned majorly by county governments. And national housing corporations cannot build and improve any facility within any town without what we call a PPP, public-private partnership. And this is done by residents. Sorry?
You misquoted me.
Yes,
I didn't
please.
say that housing corporation. What I meant to be asking Mzalendo, why can the government continue working with national housing, leave the housing levy? Because I know national housing, all these years, people have been benefiting with it because they've been building houses under certain parastatals where even a Wanjiko can already get a mortgage and is able to pay. The one which is confusing us, and this is what I was asking Mzalendo, if we are paying the housing fund, either with the housing levy, the government could have told us, we have secured land in this constituency, on this area, we are going to build this a number of houses. If whoever is interested is able to register at Boma Yetu, then they can able to contribute. But you see, this housing fund, it had three narratives. Either it was a tax, either it was a levy, either it was a fund. But now the thing is, they came and turned out the story again, saying that if you pay the housing fund, you're not guaranteed to have the houses. At least for the national housing, you are guaranteed that you'll have the house which you've been promised or where you have gone. That was my difference with Mzalendo between the housing levy, where they're saying that they are going to build houses, where we have not seen which land. They've not told us what the PPPs people. They've not told us who are going to kind of support it. They have, yes, because I know in every project,
may I inform you?
By law, no, in any project by law, public participation.
I think Stella. Stella.
Yes. Mheshimiwa, I can hear you. So
now, Stella, I want to inform you.
I want to ask
from a very informed position. One,
what is housing?
It is only one government agency that is charged.
Thank you. That is what about?
It is only one government agency that is charged on behalf of the presidency
Yes, enhanced
NHC.
housing. NHC, yes. NHC. What is
Yes,
it?
please.
NHC. I need to know what is the work for the NHC, because I know NHC, they've been there
NHC,
since
National
1960s.
Housing.
Yes, but you have been seeing them. They've been building
They,
houses for parastatal, and each parastatal it supports it.
it has been,
So
that is the only,
yes, but housing fund, it is not a narrative me as Wanjiko I'm understanding. I don't understand where am I being deducted 6,000, where I'm going to be deducted all this time, and then I'm not going to qualify to have a house. At least for national housing, I'm guaranteed that I'm going to have a house, and I'll risk myself and go and get a mortgage, which that mortgage is able even to be supported.
I want to
with the
advise you. May I advise you?
Yeah, proceed.
This affordable housing program is carried solely by the Ministry of Housing through the agency called National Housing Corporation.
No, it is on State Department of Housing.
And I want to
The
inform
one
you
is
that
being
all,
headed by Hinga. National Housing is on its own, man.
by Hinga.
Yeah, but
And
Hinga is
Hinga cannot, he has no mandate constitutionally. The agency is under Hinga. NHC is under Hinga.
NHC is under State
NHC is
Department.
under Hinga.
But if NHC
It is a state
under
department under Ministry of Housing.
Okay, we can't argue with it, because I remember when I was doing my
You can
expression
Google
of
that. That
interest.
is debatable.
I know, yeah, it's debatable.
Yeah,
But
that is
what I was saying, for the
that is
housing, for national housing, I remember
that is so
even that
debatable.
it is debatable.
May I
But
proceed?
the thing is, proceed.
Yes.
Proceed.
Thank you. Thank you. Now, Nick, Mzalendo there, the moderator. We lost him too.
Zalendo, why are you muting me?
No, he is back.
Nick.
You've muted me, Mzalendo.
Welcome back, Nick.
On the channel,
Now,
just do your thing in chunks so that we can also respond. It doesn't become like we are here for a lecture.
I think Obuya, Honorable Obuya, I'll have a question once you're done to you, now that you're close to the president and the ruling party.
Go ahead, Ken.
Oh no, it's Mweshimiwa who was speaking.
Yeah.
Okay,
please.
thank you. Thank you. Now, I wanted I wanted to register my displeasure on the statement of Raila Odinga in Eldoret. Secondly, I wanted to support the achievements of Kenya Kwanza administration. One, I think this is their first quarter of financial year, their first financial year of 2022, 2023, 2024, which just began. It is 2 months old, because remember, the last 8 months, they were using the last quarter of financial year of the previous administration, the Jubilee administration, which was 2022, 2023. So I also want to inform that yes, our economy is not so stable, and so many things informs the instability of our economy. One of them are the global phenomena. We just came out of the corona menace that has hit so many countries, including the US, where you are. And presently we have the Ukraine crisis, which we are so much informed that it directly affects our production line as consumers in Kenya. That also affects our economy. And I think the best way to build our economy requires participation of both citizens across the political divide. Because, for example, how does riots in Kisumu and Homa Bay and Kindu Bay, where I live here in my village, how does it affect negatively enhancement of our economy or of our revenue streams? So I am only making an observation and also making an appeal that the riots we've had ill intentions. The intentions was basically to sabotage Kenya Kwanza government, to stagnate, because basically Raila Odinga was quoted a few years ago when the fuel tax came up, I think in 2019, 2020 financial year, and he whipped all his NASA brigade to vote en masse with the Jubilee team. And I do not see, I think it is double standards that when President Ruto brought the same tax, and now he came out so openly, whipping emotions of citizens. Somebody's raising his hand.
Mheshimiwa,
May I
just
proceed?
finish. Just finish.
Moderator.
Then we rebuttal.
Nick.
Yes, you will have
Okay.
your chance, Stella. Let us, if
No,
you
it's
interject,
Thank you so
like
much.
that will take so
Now
long.
I want to
Go on.
Yes, I'm
Mheshimiwa.
seeing Martha Karua carrying her hand over there.
Oh, that is Kip.
Okay.
Kip.
Now
That is Kip.
I want one Nick. Oh, there are two, not Martha Karua. Okay, thank you. Now I wanted Nick to finish. One, our economy can only be built by participation of every citizen across the political divide. Building our economy requires patriotism, statesmanship. We have to build it together. And this can only happen when we unite beyond, political interest. As a nation, how do we contribute? We have avenues of, disputing unrealistic tax measures. One of them is through the arms of the legislature. We have our civil societies. We have our members of parliament. Our civil societies can represent us in the court through the judicial processes. Citizens equally can do the same. Our legislators can dispute that first from the committee level. They can petition the committee chair. They can petition through the plenaries. That, as Azimio, this is what we think. This is our proposal on how we want to enhance our economy, on how we want to build our revenue streams. So I think the method they used was basically they were not helping the common mwananchi, the Wanjikos, in any way. Nick, I beg to leave over there and maybe take a few questions, then I'll proceed.
All right. Thank you very much, Mheshimiwa, for that submission. At this juncture, I want to Kip is really nodding his head that he doesn't agree with you in many positions. So maybe briefly, Kip, can you rebut?
First of all, this man ran on ODM for 2 or 3 seasons for Imara Daima. This is what pains me. Kennedy, your party
Yes,
leader
please.
is Raila. Your party leader
My
is
party
Raila.
leader My party leader is William Samoei Ruto. My former party
I
leader is
thought you are,
Raila.
so you are, what, okay, okay, good, I like this. So what did you vie for with, what ticket did you vie for in the previous election?
Previous election, I ran as an independent candidate, pro Kenya Kwanza, for Karachuonyo Parliamentary in Homa Bay County. I was once
Okay,
elected. I represented the Mara Daima in Nairobi County.
yes, you represented, okay, all right. So your party leader, so you're now officially with ODM. I mean, with the Kenya
I'm not in
Kwanza.
ODM. I left ODM in February 2022.
You left ODM. Okay, now you went independent, and now you're officially with Kenya Kwanza, right?
From September, I became a UDA. Not only Kenya Kwanza, but UDA.
UDA. So your ticket was with the UDA in September.
No. In August, I left ODM in February. I could not party hope, but I had to be a candidate.
no,
So
I
I ran
understand that.
in
You ran
August, I was an
an
independent candidate.
independent. Yeah,
Yes,
you
but
ran as
pro
an,
Kenya
and you won,
Kwanza.
and you won. No, you went as an
No.
independent candidate.
Yes.
Okay, which party did you go? No, which party did you vie with?
Keep your
August.
question. Let me help Mheshimiwa.
No, that's not a question. No, I
He's
just need to understand
That
your
is
saying
not
in the
relevant.
last
Ask the
election,
national
in last
issue.
election he ran as an independent candidate. Which part of that don't
And
you
now,
understand?
so he no longer is independent. That is not possible.
He
cannot be
was independent. Now he's a
He was.
UDA member.
That is not possible. That's
Mzalendo.
breaking the law. He has to go. He
What's
has to
not
come back
possible?
to the
Mzalendo.
people. No, he has to come back to the
Mzalendo.
people. He has to come back to the people and vie as a UDA candidate because he told the people he was an independent candidate. Now he's coming and he has picked a party. Come back to the ballot. Come back to the ballot and
Which
tell us
law?
you
Which
UDA in
electoral?
ODM. No,
Which
you come. You come to
Which
the.
electoral law? Keep
It is an electoral
quote
law.
for me.
Yes.
Quote for me. Which section of electoral laws
Mheshimiwa.
is flowed there?
Mheshimiwa.
Just give
Mheshimiwa,
me
let
one
me
section
allow.
of the law.
You cannot party
Mheshimiwa.
hop.
I think
Mheshimiwa.
that's something
Can
that
I
My
should be
brother,
discussed in inbox. I think it is
Mheshimiwa,
not
can
in
I
our
speak?
interest.
Mheshimiwa, let me. You see, you have
please.
every freedom to go which party you want. The thing is, what we are discussing in this forum is national issues. It's not what party you are or where you went or where you came from. The thing is, what we are
Good.
discussing in this forum, we are discussing the national issue. So if Kip has
Good.
no question to ask you, can I ask you one question? In fact, I have
Please
two
do.
questions. Mheshimiwa, thank you very much giving me the floor. So you spoke about something about Rome was not built in a day. I believe that, but that is a boomer's language. So you say that the previous regime, the current regime says that the previous regime left a lot of debt and they left the country in mess. So here is the question I want to ask you. Since Kenya Kwisha came into power, they've been collecting
There's
taxes.
no
Before then,
point of
the
information.
farmers,
There's no government called Kenya Kwisha. Please let
okay,
us be
Sarah.
respectful enough and be
Let's be
There's a
respectful.
government
Okay,
called
fine.
Kenya
Can I
How
Kwanza.
call
can we
it
be
vacate?
respectful if you're not part of that government? Because you're an independent candidate,
See,
and I'm still stuck on
let
that
me
story.
answer
Him being
Mheshimiwa.
independent means he needs to
This
come
is
back to the ballot. He needs to
your
come back to
thing
the
is not
ballot and tell
relevant.
people
You're not
Which
bringing any
law?
relevance
Which
in this
law? Just
forum.
quote for me one section. Brother,
Mheshimiwa, I know. Mheshimiwa,
Kenya,
please,
please proceed.
Moderate.
please. Can we
You
have some
know,
decorum?
you
Can we have some
okay,
decorum?
guys.
I have a question.
There are people who are
Mheshimiwa,
very
I've not
passionate
finished
about.
my question.
Stella,
Mheshimiwa,
just hold on a second. Just hold on a
let me
second.
finish with Mheshimiwa.
No, I know. Oh, yeah, you will finish. I know people here are very, very passionate about parties. Those who are in Azimio, those who are in UDA, and those who are neutral, like Stella and Ashley on the background.
Me, I'm Wanjiku.
Here,
I'm pro Wanjiku.
here, pro Wanjiku. Here we
Yes,
talk
me, I'm
about things
Wanjiku.
that. Listen, here we talk about things that will help our country.
That is what I'm asking.
these are the issues that we are
Yeah, but
talking
this
about.
man has broken the law.
No,
See,
we will explain
can
to
you
you why
please
you are
be a
becoming
family decorum
irrelevant,
in
Kip.
this forum?
Kip, you know why you are becoming irrelevant is
I'm
because
not, don't, hata wewe usiniambie hivyo. You cannot tell me I'm irrelevant. Now
no,
that is
I
disabusing
will
me here.
I will
It is my
explain to
opinion.
you. I
It is
will
my
explain
opinion.
to you why your point is not in order. One, Mheshimiwa ran on an independent ticket and he lost. He didn't win the elections. So that's where you are getting it wrong, and you're keeping on insisting and insisting. So please understand that he ran on an independent ticket, and is no longer a member of Azimio or ODM. So he's a member of UDA. Respect his choice. That's how it is. So Stella, you can go ahead.
Okay, Mheshimiwa, back to my question.
Yes,
So you
please.
spoke about that the new regime, the KK, came in. So they kind of blame, or they're shifting blame, saying that the previous regime made a mess up and leaving a lot of the country into financial mismanagement and anything. So what I was asking, when KK came into power, was it sometime in August? I believe they were still collecting taxes before the finance bill, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, here is the question, and I want you to be honest with me. So they were saying
Yes.
that there were some projects which the Uhuru regime left, and they did not complete. And yet the projects were being still funded by the debt. So I want to go ask this question. How come those projects are not continuing? Why did they stop when Kenya Kwanza came in?
Thank you.
Sorry. You have
Thank
to
you.
understand.
Apology
Okay?
accepted.
Okay, apology accepted. So the thing is what I'm saying, if those projects were still there, they could be continuing before the finance bill, where they could have said, in July, this project should stop because there is no money coming in. But that amount, the debt which was still there, building those projects, hospitals, bridges, roads, and everything, should have continued. So it should have not stopped the time when KK came in.
Proceed.
It's a truth. It's a truth. It's a truth. Kenya Kwisha. I'll say it a million times. Kenya Kwisha.
Okay.
If
When
that
the KK
makes you
came
happy,
in,
proceed.
so
It makes
I
me
wanted
very
to
happy
ask you.
to say the truth.
Since there was a different regime coming in, does it mean the guys in the offices or in the counties had change of guard because this party came in, because you are pro Uhuru, you're out, or it's the same staff who are there? Okay, that one you'll answer me later. Then the other one I wanted to ask you, after the finance bill, just before the finance bill, how come KK was having issue paying teachers' salaries and paying the pending bills? Does it mean because there's someone who froze those accounts, or does it mean that money was misquandered? Because I don't understand why I have two neighbors who, one works in Kenha and the other one works in the ministry. They've not been paid in 6 months. So every time they are being paid in chunks. Then the other thing I need to ask you, how come right now the dollar rate is escalating as a wildfire? Right now, when I'm checking the dollar, it's going almost to 151. Does it mean, is there someone who is trying to hoard, and what is the government doing to avoid that the dollar, to avoid the shilling to avoid it to be weaker by the day? That is what I'm asking. Then there's this issue of subsidy. Wacha tu tuongee language tu moja tu, tusikizane kama Wanjiko.
Kama wazee.
Kama Wanjiko tu. Subsidy ni pesa ya cartel. Wacha tu tuongee ukweli. I'm telling you Kenyans, we can able to have affordable fuel. We can able to have affordable unga. We can have affordable energy, especially steamer. The only thing enye tuko nayo hapa na inatusumbua, it is mismanagement. if you bring people like Churchill, okay, fine, he's doing his best. What was so shocking the other day when I was seeing was it the Senate, when they were trying to ask IPPs why they are selling power more expensive than Kenten, which is 25 shillings more. You get. So that means we are able even to afford to pay electricity, but it's becoming unbearable because they are stakeholders. Let's be honest. The stakeholders in this government, they are trying to eat. The other issue I wanted to ask you about this story of EPRA and the energy. They put a gazette notice, was it on Friday, saying that stability of fuel will be there in 30 days. 30 days itakuja na ipotee kama hewa hivi. Then what happens to the 30 days? Mafuta itaenda na uneni na 200 ama 210. The thing is, Mheshimiwa, why are we having so many, how do I put it, so many issues with KK? It is either when the food is being hoarded, we cannot afford even to pay, we cannot even afford to pay teachers, we cannot even afford to pay wafanyikazi. The other day, it is called what? An excuse which came from Owalo and his team that Sudan people hacked eCitizen. When we came and we knew the story that eCitizen people were not being paid. That's why they stopped the services. Please explain to me why the people in your place in Kisumu or Nakuru or wherever, why this thing called Adisasa and people who are living around town, why are their lands being grabbed? And it's coming now. It's so rampant during this time of KK. Because if you see every land in Nairobi, you don't know what will happen the next day. Utaona bulldozer ikipita hapo nje. I need to know what is the government trying to do to improve the Wanjiko way of living. We cannot feed ourselves. We cannot feed ourselves. If I have electricity, unaka kwa bedsitter, why am I paying 3,000? We don't have stability on buying tokens. Today you buy a token of 500 shillings, you have 18 units. The other day you buy, you get 10 units. Then I need to know, and please explain to us, what is happening with Kenya Kusha? Is there that there is no money, or it's someone who's trying to put this thing as a stakeholder or a shareholder? They wait for the 5 years, they disappear with this money. And also explain to me, why is the judiciary being compromised? This is the third time the judiciary have been compromised. That is the question I'm really asking. Because number one, the time the judiciary was compromised is during the issue of the finance bill. Everybody knew that this thing was not working. From even a small child knew what is a finance bill, but it is passed through. Then the government decides, those judges who went against the finance bill 3 times, they were transferred. Ndio wasikae kwa hiyo kiti.
Now let me touch.
Sophia Omutata matter still staying in court, and yet we are waiting for his whatever to be read by Justice Majanja. Please
Allow me to respond before.
I think before you respond, just be writing them down, because some of us have been sitting here almost an hour saying nothing. I think just write the comments or what you're being asked down, and let me and whoever else, these other gentlemen here, speak, and then you can get your round next, if you don't mind.
Okay, fine.
Sure. Nick, let other panelists proceed. I have graphs.
All right, Stephen. Why am I calling you Steve?
No
Okay,
problem.
go ahead.
But I have one concern. The concern is Honorable has rightly said that the previous government, they went away with a lot of money. My question is, was the money channeled to projects that are not profitable, or the money was literally stolen I mean, people stacking the money in foreign accounts or wherever. So what is the situation? Because you might be privy to more factual information than I am. Number two, depending on the answer that you're going to give, is if the money was indeed stolen by individuals, is there a plan by the Kenya Kwanza government to recover the money? I mean, we cannot have people sitting on hundreds of billions and we are paying for that money. Honestly, it pains as a country, as a citizen, because we collected the taxes and we expect that the taxes would be used to benefit us in terms of projects and to repay our loans. But honestly, if someone came and stole the money, literally carrying sacks of money and putting them somewhere, and you are not going after this individual, don't you think I'll be resistant? For example, if you are telling me, we the panelists, for example, I'm giving an example here, that we collect some money because we want to start a project. And then someone comes and steals that money away, goes with it. And then Mzalendo comes to us again, tells us, you know, that money has been stolen. So what we do, because we were contributing 100 shillings, let us now contribute 120. Because that one has gone. The money that we contributed earlier has gone. Now let us raise our contribution so that we can achieve whatever we wanted to achieve. Don't you think that you'll face resistance from my end? So the more Kenya Kwanza keeps telling the citizens that their monies were stolen, the more the citizens become resistant because they have chosen an easier route. The easier route is ask Kenyans to pay more. Ask Kenyans, let us have a levy, the housing levy, so that we can build houses. Vis-a-vis going after the people who stole the money. So it's kind of like they're choosing the easier path to work on. They might have a good project in mind, but if you ask me to contribute more towards that, you will face some resistance from my end. Another thing is, because I don't know whether I'll get another opportunity to speak to IEBC issue. Our problem is largely political. And I want to appreciate that from 2007 all the way to 2022, we've made serious progress when it comes to managing our elections, especially at the IEBC. If you look at the elections in 2013, you go to 2017, we've made steps in the right direction. So, but we still have more to improve on. I was giving an example earlier that the Smartmatic can have gadgets which are working. But once they're in the country, if they are not validated, I was giving an example. I work in a pharmaceutical industry as a quality assurance officer. If you have a product in the market and we want to test how much sodium is in, for example, any tablet that you're consuming, I must use an instrument. There are so many instruments which can do that job. But before you sit down to use an instrument, you must validate that instrument. So there is a cadre of validation that can take so long until we are sure that if you are telling me that whatever substance you have has got this concentration of a substance in it, I'll be able to believe you. So we are missing a point on validation. Like if these guys are coming in with their gadgets, do we validate? What is the process of validation to ensure that once the information has been relayed through these gadgets, it is safe, it cannot be tampered with, there is no information that can be changed by another third party and such like. So those are some of the conversations that we must have with the IEBC if we want to change it. But again, if Raila Odinga and his people go into this conversation, like let us have the servers to ask the president whether he won the election or not, be sure Ruto will not listen to that crap, because you cannot go into auditing me whether I won the election or not. We must have an audit. If we're having an audit, let us have an audit to find out if there are issues with the transmission of the results and how we can fix that. So the moment we go around these issues, we will go to the election with an IEBC that we don't have faith in, and after that, Kenyans will die. Like most of them have died recently, which is very unfortunate, and we can move on as a country. So I believe that Honorable Obuya, you will speak to your fellow members of parliament. I mean, to the people that you come across with when you are with your fellow guys. You can tell them that if we need to have a stable country, our economy goes down after every 5 years, and it is worse if there is a succession. Succession politics is the worst. That if you know you are going to get out of the presidency, you will go with through the window with everything that you come across, and there are no consequences. So it's a plea to all of us and those guys in power, if anybody can speak to them, that the citizenry are waiting to hear from them and give us a good guidance so that we can have faith in the government and we can move forward. Thank you.
Mhm. Thank you. Moderator, may I respond?
Yep,
Oh,
go ahead.
can I put
We have,
my 2 points? I have
we
2
have,
points.
yes, Ashley, go ahead.
I'll take a short time. Thank you. So I want to comment on something you said about what is affecting our economy was the COVID and Ukraine war. But more than that, it's corruption, because we all know the donations were given for COVID was stolen. So as you're saying, it was all over the world. Other democracies protected, and they were able to cushion their citizens that the harsh effects of COVID did not affect them. Actually, most people lived better than their normal lives because they were cushioned by their governments. And some governments, even now, they still have surpluses that they are sending to their citizens from what was left from the COVID. So our government in Kenya never cushions the citizens. That's the problem. And we wish that Ruto will work on that. The second thing is that you say that they met when they went to sit and look what they have economic or how much money they had, they found that they were in the red. But the way they were behaving did not seem as though, or the way they should behave when they should have been thrifty. All we saw was excessive foreign trips. All we saw was spouses' office, and we've never had what those spouses do, even up to date. All we saw was new cars, unnecessary new cars. So that is not, to me, of a government that is being sensitive. So when you call upon the citizens to work together to build Kenya, how about showing us how to do that by being examples themselves? So, and the last thing is about the housing. You said affordable housing. And my question to you is, what demographic are you targeting with the affordable housing? Which I have had someone saying you have to pay 2,500 down towards it. So if you're already removing all these taxes, assuming I'm making 20,000 and some people are making 10, and you did not put even a limit as to who can pay the housing levy. There are some people who should not be charged that housing levy because they already make too little. Someone making 15,000, after what they come with home, cannot afford to take their children to school, can barely afford living expenses. So where are they even going to get 2,500 to put down towards a house? So when you say about affordable housing, my question is there an income bracket or an income eligibility? Or is it just anybody who can have access to this affordable housing? I hope I've asked it nicely. Last and not least, it is said that Africa right now is like the best time to invest in Africa is now. My question to you is, would you say that investing in Africa is sound business and a sustainable corporate strategy? If it is sustainable, if it is economical if it is a good business practice right now to invest in Africa, why are we giving our land that is already scarce free to investors? Why not? And by the way, when you have high risk, it equals high profits. So if they're investing in our country to make those houses, why? Tell me, why are we giving them free land? That I don't understand. I hope you don't. I hope you have time to answer that.
Okay. I believe it's my time now to respond.
Yes.
Yeah, I have picked most key points of interest. Allow me to respond to them. One, there is the question of the seriousness of the Kenya Kwanza government in curbing the corruption menace that is a culture that has been with us since the previous governments. My brother Sam Undieki,
Yep.
I want to register with you that one, the African democracy is, should I say, it's on trial. It's been on trial for some time,
Sure.
and I think what we need as a nation, as Kenyans, we need a serious culture change. We need a serious culture change in regards to our approach on democracy practice, and that specifically touches on our electoral laws. The electoral laws that we have to date have been majorly contributed and informed by the ideas around one serious Kenyan politician, Raila Odinga, from the 2005 Bomas draft to 2010 referendum that dispensed the new constitution that we have to date, to the BBI proposal. All our electoral laws, Mzee Raila Odinga, our serious political principles from 2002 to date, either in office or outside office, they have widely contributed. And specifically, the current electoral laws we have, which is in our 2010 Katiba, Raila contributed so much to the electoral system that we have to date. This is his child. Secondly, I would not say that our democracy is a young democracy, but by all standards, because I believe personally I'm widely traveled, I have seen democracy across the globe. In Africa, I have seen democracies in Africa. And I think by all standards, Kenya democracy is a stable democracy. And I would say we have gains, unless you have not traveled and seen what other African nations are going through. And I believe you're on the right track. What we need, one, is to have a culture change. We have a culture of impunity, a culture of anarchy, that, you know, one, our governments does not want to be interrogated by the citizens. Equally, our citizens have picked up a culture of impunity where, one, they do not want to understand. People do not go through, one, their constitution. Like one of the panelists asked me, how can I party hope? I have not party hoped. And there's no law that, because our democracy is so clear, we have the right to association, the right to assembly, and the right to have a democratic, to choose a democratic party. And it only touches on one electoral time, that you cannot, within 6 months' time to the general election, you cannot cross parties unless you are moving from a political party to an independent status. Thereafter, you can associate with any political party. There's no law that hinders. But because our culture, we have refused. In like Amaluo, and most of my community members, they normally say when a constitution draft is brought, they normally say, baba akisoma sisi tumesoma. Mimi sitasoma, ile baba amesema tutapitisha. But that's a bad culture that we need to actually look into, so that we participate from inception of an idea, so that we understand actually what does this law entail. Coming back, we spoke about the looted money. I want to speak with you and respond authoritatively as someone who was a member of Nairobi County. I was once the deputy speaker of Nairobi County. And I want to tell you that the previous Kenyan administration, that is the Jubilee administration, that was led by none other than Uhuru Kenyatta. There were chaos in Nairobi, a lot of mess in Nairobi County. And remember, Nairobi County is the biggest contributor on our national GDP at 63% of revenue to our national GDP. And when there's mess in Nairobi, there's a big mess in the Kenyan economy. And the second administration of Nairobi, led by my good friend, Governor Sonko, there were messes. And at some point, Governor Sonko was quoted saying and requesting President Uhuru Kenyatta to intervene and help him fight the cartels. And when NMS was formed, a lot of finance PFM acts were flawed. One, as a member of a county assembly, NMS was formed by, I think, article, it was 287. And when it was formed, any arm of the government must be subjected to an oversight arm of the legislature. As long as they are consuming public resources, it is run on public resources. NMS, it was a government that, I would say, an amorphous arm of government that was using public resources. One, they were not subjected to any arm of government to oversight them. They were not being oversighted by the Senate, the National Assembly, or the County Assembly of Nairobi. And I want to tell you, NMS messed up our resources as a nation. Because remember, Nairobi contributes 63% of our national GDP. And when NMS projects, they did what we call single sourcing, which is against our PFM acts. Because, procurement is guided in law that where you cannot single source. But in the case of NMS, they single sourced everything. How can you single source a project to build an hospital of 4 billion? How can you single source a project to refurbish an ECD center at a cost of 400, 600 million? And you single source to individuals. And if you looked at these things, people who are sound-minded like us, when you asked, you are being reminded that, okay, nyinyi ndio mnapinga handshake, nyinyi ndio mnapinga handshake. That was the narrative. And a lot of resources, Kenyan resources, was channeled out through NMS. And it is said, and this is a matter that is still under investigation, I will not deep so much into it, that a lot of money, Kenyan money, ended up in offshore accounts, which, when it was being demanded, I think you can also find out that on social media and even print media, that the Kenya Kwanza administration said the people in Azimio stole money and this money has to be returned. And it is also quoted that President Uhuru Kenyatta, I do not know whether this is a matter that is debatable, that is funding riots so that the return of the alleged money that is stashed away in offshore accounts cannot be returned. So you would rather keep President Ruto busy managing riots unnecessarily so that he shouldn't look into the money that is allegedly stashed in offshore accounts. Again, my sister Stella, you spoke very, very, passionately about the affordable housing, and yes, it is true. It is true that Wanjiku, personally, I feel, because I have been an MC in the city, an informal settlement, and the area that I represented comprised of Nairobi's 60% of industries. and a small section of informal settlements. Part of Mukuru, a place called Riara, was in my area. And this is an area that, you know, you have people are basically living from hand to mouth daily, on daily basis. And the issue of affordable housing is an emotive issue. As somebody, you know, we Nairobi, we have cartels. People who own, we call them structure owners. People who do not have land, but they have buildings, you know, built on lands that are not, you know, are disputed, and they milk a lot of revenue on rentals alone. And when the affordable housing program, it is President Kibaki that began it in, I think, around the year 2011. And when this thing began, President Uhuru Kenyatta came up very strongly, and it kicked and it picked. And I think one of the things that I have to appreciate that President Uhuru Kenyatta did was to start issuance of title deeds to Nairobi settlers. Because one, we are losing as Nairobi government. I think Nairobi loses a lot of revenue on land rates, on structures, because there are a lot of buildings, storied buildings, places like Pipeline, Dandora, Kayole. You find a lot of storied buildings. People do not have title deeds, and they wanapata a lot of rent, and you know they do not remit taxes to the government. And I think that is a plus to President Uhuru when he started issuance of title deeds, because when somebody has a title deed, the government would easily have a data on you know, how many parcels do we have in this area, and you know, how much do we charge them, and to what extent are they developed. That also informs why it is important for the government to take over the sprawling infrastructures that are coming up in our urban centers. And that is why affordable housing program came up, that it is easier to, you know, to take back and the government to own with the citizens the structures, instead of letting it be run by a few individuals. Mtu anaenda na grab shamba mahali, anajenga, anaweka vijana wanakata watu na panga, anajenga floor 7 juu ambaye haina hata approval vizuri, anacharge 10,000 ama 4,000, na pia serikali alipi hata moja. Unanipata? So it was easier. The government said they are disputed lands. Their lands, and remember, the government has the sole authority over any idle land. And these lands, they are solely run by county governments. That's the law. So the national government cannot come and build like in Homa Bay. The president came last year, I think in October, in Homa Bay. He has visited us 3 times. And there's the affordable about 5,000 units that are coming up. From the 5,000 units, I think about more than 1,500 are almost complete in Homa Bay. And these programs are running in almost every urban in Kenya. And these lands, there's a joint partnership between the national government and the county governments. And the county governments, the responsibility of the county governments as the custodian of all public lands, that they have to do a public participation, because it is a right of every citizen. Before inception of any development, a public participation has to be done. Their consent and, you know, the impacts of that facility, they have to be actually, you know, they have to be taught, like, you know, on environmental wise, on you know, this project, this is how it will affect you as a community, this is how you will benefit. And by public participation, there is going to be a consent through the governor, the county governments, which in partnership with the national government informs the development of affordable housings in every urban center. I think I'm done with Stella. If there's anything that I'm leaving out, we can revisit again. Now coming back to my sister, other sister,
Ashley.
Ashley, African democracy, Kenya is one of the few nations in Africa that is stable democratically. Even our economy, by all standards, is a stable economy. If you have a strong economy in the East African bloc, and we were not as privileged as maybe the US, that the citizens were cushioned over Corona. But to some extent, I was a member of a joint committee member that was managing distribution of relief food within Nairobi. The government of Kenya, through county governments, bought a lot of relief food that were being distributed every month to the urban poor. And equally, remember that we have Kenya, we are doing better because on our social protection, we have the Pesa ya Wazee, which just received 2 months ago. For some time, ilikuwa imepotea hapo katikati, but Pesa ya Wazee saizi, or every Kenyan citizen that is registered with their local area chiefs, who is above 70 years and above, is entitled to a minimum of 2,000 shillings every month. And I believe by all standards, Kenya, with the little and the bad economy that we have, I think we are fairly doing well. What we need, one, is that we need, as we interrogate our governments, it is important, one, to understand, because, we are not in the jungle. We have, Kenya is a country that is governed by the rule of law. And, it is not supposed to be, we are not supposed to play double standards because we have the rights and structures of civil societies, or because we happen to be in the opposition. I think interrogating the government requires, one, patriotism and statesmanship. We interrogate our government, one, accepting that the fact that it is also our responsibility in opposition or our civil societies to, one, through petitions and proposals. We give proposals as citizens, as oppositions, and equally as civil societies, that this, as civil societies within Nakuru County, this is our assessment. We've done our public participation. This is what is actually, pushing to the edge Wanjiku's. Within Nakuru, this is what we feel. You can do that submission through the county assembly within Nakuru County. You can do a copy within the Senate. You can equally do it within the National Assembly. And that we can do an interrogation. In a way, you see a government is not getting it right. Because that is what happens in the West. If you see the government is not, that things are not being done right. We overcome political affiliation and come up with proposals that can build Kenya as a nation. I think Azimio, because my friend, I was right inside that government. Like seriously, maybe Mzalendo knows, I used to hold very sensitive position. And I think I have come to realize that the political elite no longer have the common man, the common mwananchi at heart. They drive the capital self-interest, capitalistic self-interest, which, the people who have refused to interrogate actually their intentions, like my community. Wale wanasema baba akisema si baba ameona kile baba anaona sisi hatuwezi ona. No, we have to overcome that as citizens, because nobody has monopoly of ideas. We can all interrogate, like what Raila says. Yes, it could be true. It could be true, mwananchi anaumia. Okay, how much do we have as a nation against the population? How much do we generate every month and quarterly and yearly? Is it enough to sustain, one, the wage bill? Because if you look at our wage bill, our wage bill is in excess of what we generate, to about 113% what we generate annually, the wage bill alone. Then how does the government run? So it is important, one, to interrogate the steps on how our governments are run, and genuinely, underline the word genuinely also come up with the proposals. And these proposals The avenues, like I am telling you, as someone who has been a member of the legislature, you have the right as a member of, as Stella, you can come up with a proposal and do your submission through office of the clerk to the Speaker of the County Assembly of Nakuru. You can take it to the National Assembly or the Senate, to the Speaker and the clerks of the assemblies. And the Speaker will, through a notice of communication, give a notice to the plenary that on this date we received this communication, and I am directing this to be taken for purposes of hearing to this committee. The chair of this particular committee invite this person to come so that they do their own submission physically within the committee, so that you report back to the House the findings of this petition. And that is what most citizens in Kenya do not know, that they have a right. Either by omission or commission, they have refused to interrogate and participate actively without necessarily blocking roads, without necessarily, profiling politicians bitterly, like in the case of my good sister here, Stella, calling my good administration Kenya Kwanza, Kenya Kwisha. That is profiling. And if it would be okay, I would really love to see a Kenya where we I can interrogate my government, Kenya Kwanza, UDA, without necessarily being, profiled or sidelined that mimi nimeanza, I've started dining with the enemy. I can be a member of Kenya Azimio, like the case of, and this also I want to reply my other brother Kip, that it is every person's democratic right to associate with anyone. The right to assembly, it is enshrined in our constitution. You cannot tell me that I cannot associate. I do not have a right to party hope. As long as there's no election within 6 months' time, I can associate with any right-thinking Kenyan, irrespective of their political affiliation. And in this case, I want to highlight the 7 ODM rebels. That is Senator Jenda, Professor Jenda, Honorable Elisha Kuba, Honorable Jalango, Honorable Nyamita. These are ODM bona fide, long-serving legislators. These guys, in their right thinking, they have interrogated their situation in within their constituencies. They have seen that it is true. One, we have to, it is true, we cannot change Ruto by throwing stones. We can only change Ruto's administration by embracing him and pushing forward our ideas as Luos. And in this case, the MPs coming from Nyanza who are now supporting President Ruto. That, as Luo's representatives, MPs within the Luo Nyanza, we didn't support you in your acquisition of power, but now you're the president. Now, if you're the president, we know you have a contract of 5 years, and there's no amount of riot that can change that. Now, these are the prayers of our constituents in your administration. Kindly see it fit. We have to embrace government. Like in this case, personally, I work very closely with CS Eliud Owalo. And one of our agendas that we began is one, to have public participation and also to educate our community, to start, changing tact in their way of politicking, so that we embrace any government of the day. We are not supposed to see any government of the day as an enemy, a government that kills Luos. We have to embrace any government of the day that, we are part of Kenya, and Kenya will not change because, we cannot be doing opposition politics for 60 years. We have to change tact so that we embrace any government of the day, whether we vote for them or not. But, excuse me. One of the things, Nick, am I audible?
You are very, very
You can hear
audible,
you.
and when people are listening to you silently, it means that they are acknowledging your wisdom and your thought process. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Now, one of the things that I wanted to register is that our present political situation in Kenya. Kenya is our motherland. There's nobody. Wagare, Uru.
Ndirakuigua.
Now, did you choose to be Kikuyu?
No,
Do you have apologies of being Kikuyu?
no.
You shouldn't. Samuel Ondiek or Ondieki. Omogambi.
Mambo.
Buyatore.
Beyond.
Now, you never chose to be Omogusi.
No, I didn't.
And you don't have apologies. I never chose to be Luo, and I don't have apologies. It is our strength, our diversity as a nation should be our strength. Because look at our neighbors. There are nations like Tanzania. Tanzania, you know, you may not even know, because they have over 250 tribes and many other sub-tribes. But they are affiliated to their jimbos, their counties, than their tribes. And I think Kenya, our founding fathers, they created imaginary external enemies to whip emotions of their clans, to rally them behind them, to get a political clout. In this case, if you look at the founding fathers, the Luos versus the Kikuyus, you found the Kikuyus political elite to whip the emotions of their clans from Mount Kenya. They generated Gema and profiled a section of dissenting voices like hawa ni adui, unanipata, wanatumaliza. Coming back to my community again, our founding political elite, they whipped at the emotions. And they profiled the Kikuyus against us. Like, unajua yule ni Kikuyu, hawa ndio wanatumaliza. And we blindly followed these guys. Same as now the Kalenjin. When Moi was in power, at some point, the Kikuyus and the Luos gang against the Kalenjin. And the Kalenjin are finishing people from Mount Kenya and people from the lake. And this is a scheme that is widely orchestrated by the political elite to whip emotions, to near fanatically have a following within their political bedrooms or backyards. And this is, it is so selfish. And I think this has divided Kenyans. So to an extent that we even refuse to see some realities and to interrogate. Presently, you find even professors of law, people who are lecturers at the University of Nairobi and other big universities, and they are Luos. They refuse even to interrogate, what does Raila stand for? Raila the socialist and the Raila the capitalist. Raila socialist of the 90s and the 80s, and the Raila of 20, because the Raila of the 80s and 90s and 2000 is different from Raila of the handshake to date, 2018 to date. They are totally different people. And Uhuru, the then Uhuru and Uhuru the capitalist. Uhuru yule alikuwa anasimamia Wanjiku, na yule Uhuru alikuwa ameshikana na ndugu yake Raila 2018. Wale wameamua sasa kubomoa Kenya, unanipata, na wakafunika wote macho. Now lastly, my biggest point is, when will we stop disputing presidential results? Because there's no way. I was at Bomas of Kenya. I was the chair of the Justice and Reconciliation Justice and Legal Affairs Committee, and I was the chair of BPI Proposal Committee in Nairobi. I went throughout Nairobi with the county commissioner and a few MPs and a few members of the county assembly. We did public participation throughout all the Nairobi districts, and we took views of citizens of Kenya, and we did our submission. And when we had Bomas of Kenya, I was keenly seated, not very far from the main dais. And President Ruto then, I felt for him, even though I didn't agree with him then. I really felt for him there's one question that he asked on our electoral laws. The idea of winner takes it all. And you know, people from my community and Azimio circles, we all believed, like Uburu, Raila's brother was once quoted, that ile kitu imefanya Raila hajaipata hii kitu ni kuwa na deep state. Saizi tuko na deep state kwa mfuko. Baba atapita. Now, and Ruto interrogated and asked them, now this idea of winner takes it all, you know, it is questionable. We need to go deeper into this and have a permanent solution on this. And everybody, people refuse to listen to him, because to them they walikuwa naona tanga, walikuwa naona mwizi waror kimarer, walikuwa na nini. You understand? They refuse to listen to the the alternative voice. This thief here, maybe he's right. Let me listen to him. Can I give an audience? What could he be saying? Now look at what is happening. The same thing he was trying to raise at the Bombers of Kenya floor. That is what is eating us as a nation now. Electoral laws. The idea of winner takes it all. That is what Raila was pushing, because he was so sure that he was going to win election. Now Mungu ni nani? Ruto won, because sisi tunajaribu tu. Hata mimi nilisimama hapa na MP. My MP, the guy who floored me, is the oldest member of parliament in Kenya. He's 90 years old.
Can I ask
And
a
he was
question?
Please do.
Okay, you're talking about this story of these MPs and what. I really need to. I need like you, since you've been a politician for a long time. I really need to ask one question. Why do you trust all these people who are called boomers? Because you see, boomers, they don't respect the opinions of the young people. Like, let's say us, we are in Generation Y. So the Generation Y, they had the idea. But the problem is when you go take it, like the way you're saying that you went and gave your opinions, maybe it was not hard, because I remember some few people who are old, they don't understand. Because you see, me and you, we can understand the technological aspect of what are things supposed to be running. We cannot rely on old system. Then another thing I want to ask you, because you people, you've trusted Raila in this party. Don't you get young blood like someone like Babu Owino? I mean, these are young people who are like, how do I say? They are patriotic guys. They've been there. They've suffered. You get? Raila needs to pass the baton. If you people, you decide that you can have, if the daughter is there, if the daughter can take it, is it so hard for you people to, to tell mzee pumzika kwanza tuchukue hii kitu?
Stella.
Kama, no, I'm saying, but that is my point, because if you see the previous, on the side of the other side against this other one, you see they are young, vibrant people. See, like Uhuru, he came into the government when he was young and vibrant. And Uhuru was the type of a person who had money, but the person who had the strategy of making Uhuru to win. I remember that time they were in TNA. These are young, vibrant, people who came with good ideas. So where I'm getting lost is that when you people, you go out there and you get maybe opinions of Kenyans, I believe you go for young people. You don't go for old people.
May I respond?
Yeah.
One, what we need as a nation, I said earlier, is what we call a serious culture change in regards to our electoral laws and processes. Coming back to that question, my sister, you spoke about passing the mantle and molding and building future leaders.
Yeah.
In this case, you quoted Babu Owino. I want you to look categorically an example. Yes.
Example. Get someone
Yes. Babu Owino is, by all standards, is young, energetic, vibrant. He's popular. He has a few weaknesses. Personally, as a social scientist, I normally believe that I would look into somebody's strengths than their weaknesses. If their weaknesses their strengths surpasses their weaknesses, then I will deal with their strengths. In this case, Babu Owino, if Babu Owino, the Raila and Sako and the UNET Sako could not even let Babu Owino be chairman of PAC, Public Accounts Committee. This is a second term MP. You cannot even let him. And this is someone who has near fanatical following across the nation. Ukienda Turkana wakisikia tu Babu Owino hivi, mpaka wale wa mama wa Turkana wa village wanapiga nduru. Jina yake imeenea kila mahali. Then you cannot even let him be a chair of any committee in parliament because he's Babu. Okay, that aside. Now, I want to ask you, who molded Raila? Raila is a product of defiance. Raila defied his own father. His father, in his wisdom, thought it wise that Kijana Wamalwa, James Orengo, you get me, and Musikari Kombo, and the current speaker, Wetangula, Moses Wasika Wetangula, were good enough to take over after him. Raila rebelled. It is on record. He rebelled against his father, and to an extent, he had to step down from his father's political party, which is Ford Kenya, to form an NDP. He bought NDP from a gentleman called Larry Gumbe, and we went for a by-election in the Great Langata. And by God's grace, he came back. So he's self-made. He's a product of defiance. And I'm reporting back to you that Raila will not hold anybody's hand because it is on record that if you have a strong opinion like Babu Owino and Obuya, myself here, then you will not grow. You'd rather be somewhere down there.
But get another party and shift.
Now that is why you find somebody like myself now and a few other upcoming young Luo leaders. We are coming up, and we have seen we don't want to be discussing Raila. He's contributed equally constructively to our democracy. At some point, he's done his bit, but he's also messed us as a community. And we want to appreciate the efforts he's made, but we are not going to follow him anymore because, one, he does not want to be interrogated. His ideas. He wants to monopolize. There's nobody who has monopoly of ideas. People, share ideas and embrace each idea. And, you pull it together and come up with a better idea. And that is why we've thought it wise to join President Ruto. And also, cut our share as citizens of Kenya.
No, what I'm saying, as young youth, like your community, maybe the western side, Mount Kenya, we have confused people. That's what I'm saying, because you guys, you have young, vibrant, you have, you have innovative ideas, because you don't look tribalism, you just see who can put the input. That's what I'm saying. As you, why can't you have your own party for young, vibrant people? Because you see, right now, there was this funny guy, what's his name? Wajakoya. The time he started his party, you remember the youth were almost supporting Wajakoya because of his Tinkiza meeting. That's what I'm saying. Get someone like you guys, like young, vibrant Luos or the Western guys, come with your vibrant ideas, and you remove all these boomers. You see, the problem with us Kenyans, we cannot prosper because of these old people. If you just try and check during Uhuru's regime, a lot of people who are in those seats, especially chairmans and those people are over 70, over 80. So you see some like boardroom ideas which you have, for the young ones are being swept under the carpet, which is not fair. Because I remember there was this one, I attended the one for the Nairobi BRT. We wanted to do this BRT. You understand what is BRT? the one for the buses, you know, and whatnot.
I know
BRT,
BRT, yeah.
the
Yeah,
stages.
BRT. Then you remember
Mm.
there was this guy called Masharia. We told Masharia before the express highway being commissioned, we need to mark where the BRT will go through. You get the engineers who are there, and I will shock you, they were young engineers, very young boys. And I remember even there were young girls. I mean, you know, engineering these days, it's the in thing for the youth right now. This guy, he was given even the designs, and even these designs were taken to Uhuru. Then Uhuru was like, yes, these are the designs which I need so that we can able to create express highway. Remember, express highway had to reach up to the place called Rironi. Just before you reach to, it's called what? Maimahio. There's a junction going to Maimahio.
Yeah.
What happened? One of the committee of transport, these guys of Kenya, they went and changed the design of the road and also for the BRT. Remember the BRT, that money was being given. We were given, I think, some bus company in Brussels and in the UK, they were funding it. And it was around 10 billion for only Thika highway. Then the other one goes to Eastlands and what. All these things, because of these old people, they swept under the carpet. That's why you're seeing there's a mess up in Nairobi because of traffic and the movement. So I'm asking Mheshimiwa, because you're young, I know you're in the age of after 70 years. Why don't you get young, vibrant people who you can even buy the youth? You see, because the youth, they want to see young blood, people who know their cries, because I know people like Raila will not understand why someone in Kibera will tell him, Baba, sisi tunataka ututafutie makazi ama utu like you keep investors so that we get money. I mean, we get jobs. Right now, if you check, industry area, almost like 4 companies, they've closed because of finance bill. Sorry to say, but I know you're supporting it because the tax regime now, it's very harsh. People cannot operate because of those tax regimes. If you people, you could have gone and told Nani, Baba, I mean, as in Baba, could be easier instead of him rebattling with chaos and what. I don't know whether the bipartisan talk happened or
Okay,
even during the.
okay, Stella. Can I, at this juncture, let me give Samuel an opportunity to talk. Somebody wrote something very interesting in the comment section. Wajakoya wants to sell Ayana testicles to revamp the economy.
Leave Nani, that's Kenya Rebel.
I mean, you have been talking seriously. I think some humor is also
Let me tell
good
you,
in the
Wajakoya
conversation.
is old. He was old, but the youth waliona tu neni yake
So,
tingiza miti.
so huyu jamaa alisema mutafute testicles za hyena itumia Kenya grow iende juu kabisa. So I don't know how many hyenas tungeua ndio
Nick,
No, I'm saying what I'm trying to say.
Nick, Stella,
Yeah.
Nick, there's another comment from I think I read somebody Nyarjawuoro. That's a very interesting name from Dallas.
Yeah, he says Obuya can't you are speak to yourself on your own behalf.
Speak for yourself.
On your own behalf. Don't speak on behalf of the Luo community. I think what Stella and many other people, what you're asking is what you are seeing in the studio tonight. This is Kennedy Obuya, who has taken his own path. There are so many people out there who have differed with either Uhuru Kenyatta or Raila Odinga, looking for a way looking on a way to get into politics and sell the agenda that can drive the economy especially the youth. These are youthful leader. He's not an old leader. You can't put him in the league of Raila Odinga and Uhuru Kenyatta. These are youthful people who have decided that, we have a brain, we have to think for ourselves, and we have to think for our country. Just like you, Stella, you have a brain, you don't feel that you are represented by Azimio, neither do you feel that Kenya Kwanza is representing you. You are among the 8 million Kenyans who probably didn't vote and are looking for a solution. That's why we burn the midnight oil here, trying to figure out who we are and where we want to see our country. It is very, very important.
No, we need fresh blood, new ideas. People, I mean,
Just like Ken, I told you, get into politics. Get into politics, Stella. Vie for this particular seat. Get into the decision where into a platform where you will make decisions in parliament. You will make laws. You will make laws that are good for the people, for the citizens. That is the most important step that you can take. And another thing, participate in the voting process. Make sure you vote, because your vote also counts. All right, it is important. Hey, Samuel, stop drifting to sleep. Can you say something before you sleep? I don't know where you are. Where are you listening from?
I'm listening from Ohio.
Oh, you are in Ohio. I mean, you are at 8 o'clock right now.
No, it is 6:30.
Oh, it is 6:30. We are in the same time zone. It's 6:30 here. But I think you had a long night yesterday. You're tired. Maybe.
No, I went out to play some volleyball somewhere, then I came back. It was a nice weekend. Oh, now my submission is the issue of political parties, and somehow we can agree that the reason as to why from 2017 to 2022, the reason as to why we kind of economically got dwarfed is because of we didn't have an opposition. There's a very critical role that the opposition plays. As much as they are not in power, they'll keep insisting that things are not right. Someone is stealing our money. So even the thief in that case can take it slow. When we don't have an opposition, everything is likely to go wrong. And that is why I don't agree with members of parliament who are in the opposition and decide to work with government. Because in that case, you are weakening the opposition. You are taking us back to where we want to come from. I mean, we should have an opposition. We have a constitution. Of course, I know it is difficult because people who make real decisions, like we want to build a road from point A to point B, I mean, there is a lot of scrambling for that. You've got to be on that table. But again, we don't have to weaken the opposition. We must have people who constantly and all the time talk about things not going well, so that we can have a vibrant economy. If you let William Ruto have a supermajority in parliament, he's a human being, he's likely to mess up, because we have that from history. If he doesn't have someone to challenge him in the National Assembly, that if I do something wrong, these guys are likely to discuss about me, and that can have a political impact and all that. If he feels like he has a supermajority in parliament, nothing can stop him from doing something significantly wrong that we will talk about it after he is out of office, because he enjoys that. Just like Uhuru Kenyatta, he became a tyrant because he knew nobody was to challenge him at that time. So we constantly need someone to challenge the system, telling them, hey, you guys don't steal. Like the Anne Waiguru thing, like if we didn't have Raila Odinga speaking to it so that he is out of office and all that, so that people can take responsibility for whatever they do. So anybody who crosses over is kind of taking us back to where we don't want to be. Let people stick to where they have been placed by nature, the nature of elections. Another thing.
Go ahead, Sam. Go ahead.
Yeah, another thing is the cost of living. That is I think I wanted to ask a question, like, what are we expecting of, because we have always been told that we will have a bumper harvest at the end of the day.
Hakuna mvua.
Like, what are we expecting? I mean, are we expecting the government to buy this maize from farmers? Because my parents are serious farmers back at home. I mean, they are telling me they are not going to sell their maize at any cheaper price because the cost of fuel is very high. To hire a tractor, the people who are working for you, the cost is very high and everything. So it's not going to be easier. Just if the government is serious with that, I don't know whether they are going to buy the maize from farmers at a higher price and keep them in the silo so that when we need them, the maize is readily available. So the issue of cost of living that we've talked about for a long time, I think it can be addressed if it is the right steps are taken, and it might not be addressed because bringing the maize from your farm to the market, it is not 1 + 1. There is a lot of things that go into that. Of course, fertilizer is subsidized, but again, if you subsidize fertilizer and you decrease the cost of fuel, then
it doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, we are not likely to meet to where you want me to go to. The only thing that can happen is there will be increased products for a little while, and then we'll go back to where we've been. Finally, I want to respond to Stella what she said about starting a political party of young people in our country, Kenya. It is not easy to have a serious political party. We have got several political parties.
Over 250.
Over 250 political parties. But for you to have a serious political party, you must have serious financial muscle. If you don't have money, you can have every good idea that you have, but we might not listen to you. And then number 2, the voters. If you go to my village, and you go there with very good ideas, but you only have 2 cars and about 3 people following you, you can only attract about 10 people, because we don't want to come to listen to someone who doesn't have, from that point, we will say that you're not serious. But if another politician gets into a village with a motorcade of 100 cars, I can tell you that everyone will come to listen to them, whether they are saying the truth or not. Our expectations as the citizens are way above the people who have got very good ideas on how we can move our country forward. The campaigns take a lot of money. For you to win the presidency in our country, you need billions and billions of money. And I've always said, there is no human being out here who has set aside 5 billion, 10 billion, just to come to office and make your life better. There has never been that human being. Those guys, they look for resources, they put them out there just to win an election. And after they have won an election, then you want to come and lecture them that now you've won the election through sweat and blood. Now we want you to show us regional balance. They'll never listen to you. Winning an election, we the people have made it difficult for these politicians to win an election. Just like an MCA in my region. I participated in the elections, supporting my MCA and all that. It is very difficult for them to win an election. If you look at what they're going to earn at the end of the day, it's not that much money. But why are you using 20 million to go and earn 200,000? So that tells you that once you're in there, there is a higher goal. There is a motivation behind it, because they are not Jesus. There is a motivation behind it. And the motivation is that there is something better. And that something better is to cut deals when it comes to development monies. So our expectations as the citizens are way above the abilities of most of these politicians. And that is why it is easier to compromise a member of parliament. If someone spent 150 million to win an election, he has gone to parliament, he is in one committee, and someone is telling him, can you work with us? If you work with us in government, you are likely to get a project in your constituency, And in that project, you are likely to get some money because you know the contractor and all that. They can easily move to that end. So if we have the citizens who don't demand so much from these guys, then we can move forward. But as things are, a political party, you must have serious money. You must have a lot of, basically you must have monies that are out of this world so that you can deliver to your people. But I believe as we move forward, we shall have a citizen that listens to the people and votes on what they have. And finally, before I forget, on the same issue of political parties, William Ruto had to make a choice between Kindiki. Of course, there was a democratic process. People went to Karen, they voted. Wakasema Gachagua is not fit. We see Kindiki as being sober and as a legal mind and all that. And I think he can be a better option. But William Ruto had to come outside and look the mountain and he had a discussion within himself, having Kindiki and not winning an election, and having Gachagua and winning an election, which is important. It's definitely having Gachagua and win an election. That is most important. So it goes with the demand of the people. It goes with the demand of the people. That is the most hindering thing when it comes to having a progressive country as other countries. But so far, Kenya is doing very well. Kenya is doing very well. It's only a few things that we need to patch up, and then we will move. Otherwise, I'm very grateful. Thank you.
I want to add something.
Yeah.
Someone, you say that when you need to have when you need to join politics, you must have money.
Coming up with a political party. For example, I want to give you an example. If Babu Owino gets out of ODM, forms another
can
party,
get masses. No, let me. What I'm meant to tell you is that if Babu Owino gets out of ODM, does his political, he goes and registers his own political party. Believe me, you not. Half of Eastlands, in fact, the entire of Eastlands, where Mzalendo comes from, everybody will go with Babu Owino because people have seen his track record. Because Babu Owino has improved Eastlands. Usicheke hapo nani Mzalendo. You where kuja uone nini. Uko Kayole, uko kwenye na
Do you know mimi nacheka kwa sababu Babu Owino is my MP. Where I live is my MP currently, and all this glorifying of Babu Owino, I think is just vocal. But development-wise, let me tell you one thing. There's no new school in Embakasi that Babu Owino has constructed. Whatever he has been doing is that he has been giving people bursaries, which for me, my opinion, this is my opinion, is a bribe. I don't think the members of parliament are supposed to legislate so that they can come up with a bill that will give free secondary education and not to give bursaries to the locals. For me, absolutely, that is a bribe. Where is the MP? There's no clean water. Listen and listen very carefully. There's no clean water. Where is the MP? We still I drink from the local bowl. I pump my water from the local bowl.
Thank you.
Legislation. That is why you need to go into parliament, pass laws that will ensure that the citizens have clean water, free secondary education, so that you don't line up parents to give them checks of 5,000 shillings. That's absolute nonsense in the 21st century. That is not the work of an MP to educate your children. All right? That for me, that is a no. So tell me, tell me about the roads that is constructing. You know, this is the confusion. This is the confusion about.
I can give you roads. Go to Utawala. Go to
which one?
Go to Pap in Mihango. All those
Mihango, which road specifically? Tell me, and I'll tell you that is not part of it. There are roads that have been constructed by the county government.
But who normally
The
asks for that money?
the
It's the
MCA is
MP.
the MCA there was Kados. Kados is the one
MCA
who
who?
propelled Uhuru to do the
MCA
roads.
anafanya kitu. Mheshimiwa,
Eh?
can you help me here? Hakuna
Mimi
MCA.
naambia nakwambia mimi najua hawa viongozi, si ati siwajui.
Huko si tuko hapa ndio tutakwambia.
Huyu amefanya kazi na Kados, atakuambia zile barabara Kados ametengeneza. Mimi ninakwambia kama mkaaji and somebody is concerned.
Barabara.
Stella.
MP ndio anatakiwa kuregister na ndio wanaambia wanaenda wanaambia
The roads, just to clarify,
okay.
All roads in Kenya are gazetted.
Yes,
and gazetted and the roads that are given to Kenya Rural Roads Authority, those that are given to Kura, Kenya Urban Roads Authority. Then we have Kenha Road, Kenya National Highway Authority. Then we have county roads. So all roads that are the public roads are gazetted and clustered into different departments. So Kados, if most roads are, because Mihango is about 25 years old only. It is a newfound land, and up to recently, Mihango was very dusty. It had dusty roads, earth roads. And Kados did a lot of roads, only the roads that are for county government. He did like 90% of roads within Mihango that are gazetted under county. Kados did all of them. Babu Owino has got a few roads. Most roads are CDF. Interestingly, CDF, they are not allowed to do roads.
Yeah, they are not.
Yeah, but the MP through partnership, they can follow up because 3 arms of the government are within the national government. That is Kenha, Kera, and Kura. So the roads under most urban roads are done by Kura, and a few are also within the informal settlements. Kera comes in. So the MP can follow up with the said agencies and follow up, because that is also his responsibility to follow up with the Kura and Kera and initiate so that the said agencies comes and facilitates the infrastructure.
Where do they get the money? So with your constituency has contributed.
No, people, every citizen contributes money. These are resources that normally pulled at the national board level, and it is.
Stella.
Yeah.
We contribute money, but kuna component yenye iko very important. Roads to be constructed, sio kama lottery that thing runs like we don't know which one where it will fall. Kuna majamaa wanakaa mahali wanasema kuanzia kesho barabara kutoka point A to point B itajengwa. I mean, those are there is a table somewhere. I mean, nani alikuwa anatuambia Matiang'i. He used to tell us there is a table where decisions are made. We can have the constitution that you're supposed to have equal distribution of resources. Hiyo iko kwa katiba. We can have a constitution that we must access clean water, health facilities, and all that. But there are people in a certain time, like for example, between 2022 and 2027, I mean, from 2022 all the way to 2027, there are people who will be making decisions that we want to construct road A and road B. That is why I said, what are our expectations? In fact, we are socialized to believe that a member of parliament is the one to influence a road to be constructed in my region. Hata kama sio yeye kwa katiba, kazi yake ni kuweka laws, and one of the laws is that there must be equal distribution of resources. But again, I expect him to influence that particular legislation. So having a legislation is one thing, but the implementers of the same are certain people that all of us are fighting to be on that table. And that is why it's very difficult. Even from this forum now, coming back to forming a political party, you can see how difficult it will be for Babu Owino to come up with a political party.
Why? Because he's broke.
No, because he will have you, but he will not have Mzalendo in that his
Why?
political party.
No, the
Because
thing is, what I'm saying,
Mzalendo has a different view from what you
but
have.
everybody. Okay, let me ask you. So, would you prefer going for a boomer or a young person? Because you see, someone like Babu Owino, he can go and pull masses because what when in vijana. Let me tell you, the old people are very few in our urban areas. Wanaenda nyumbani. Unajua nyumbani wanaweza chagua old people. But I'm saying, you can't say that when you want to do a political party at you must have money. No, it's the influence and you can now. Someone like, what's his name? There was this lady at, I can't remember. Somewhere, a very young lady. Out of that constituency kwenye anakuanga, kila mtu walimchangia wakamchangia hata hawakutumia pesa
anaitwa women rep Toto. Anaitwa Toto.
Kulikuwa na Toto.
That is okay.
Mmoja hajachanua nywele anaitwa nani? Silasia. I'm telling you, the young people, they didn't use a lot of money during their campaign. Look at someone like Wamatangi. Wamatangi even did not use a lot of money like his component nani Kabogo. Ni ule mtu anavuta masses na aingiaki kanisa chikwenda kuanza kudanganya watu, nipatieni miti. Ni ile influence umebeba watu.
Stella, nikuulize tu swali. Wamatangi inamaanisha nini? Ni jina ama
Rototanks. He used to distribute Rototanks to houses for old women or widows so that wanavurutio maji waache kwenda kwa mto. So that's why anaitangwa Wamatangi.
Kwa hivyo watu wanampenda kwa sababu
because alikuwa na ile philanthropy.
Sasa kama wewe sasa tuseme kijana mdogo anaenda kusimama na Wamatangi.
Mimi hata nikitaka kuinfluence hapa vijana, kitu moja tu nitafanya tu nini.
Lakini unaweza simama na Wamatangi na upigiwe kura na ushinde Wamatangi.
Unaweza simama na Wamatangi. It is what the narrative enye inasukuma watu huko nyumbani. Kama wanasema sisi tumeshindwa kuuza mahindi, uende watafutie mtu mwenye anaweza nunua hiyo mahindi. Usiwapatie cereal board. And the other time when I discussed with you nani Mzalendo, I told you there is no bumper harvest. Mzalendo, hakuna mvua. Na nakwambia hii mahindi yenye inakuja right now, I think hata ndio itakuja nini. Hakuna venye broker ataitikia mtu aende auze mahindi cereal board. Na cereal board cannot afford to buy hiyo mahindi which the farmer amevuna. Watasema hapana, silos zimejaa. And yet tunajua hakuna mahindi kwa silos. Wanangojea hiyo meli iangushe mahindi itransport mpaka kwa silos. So remember, there is a way how this government frustrate a farmer. Even right now, I'm telling you, coffee right now, not all farmers are getting their returns on their coffee. Kuna wengine they've abandoned. Gachagua has been going in Mount Kenya trying to tell people, revive your coffee, tutawasaidia. Some people in Murang'a, they tried to do that. When they were being told that they are going to be bought kasuku moja, they were being told that they will be bought for it at 250. Waliruko ilikuja 55 bob. What did they do? Walienda wakamwaga kahawa kwa mtaro. Na wengine wakaenda wakamwaga kahawa kwa mashamba. Because guys are frustrated. A farmer is not supported. Mzalendo, please listen to me. Ate ule mtu wa chai mwenye anavuna chai, usiwai danganywa. I'm telling you. Ataenda nulio that, you see that basket, the way inapimwa. Mnadanganywa ticket TDA wananunua na 150. Na wananunua shilingi 5 kwa kilo. So tell me, the one who's making billions is a cartel mwenye anagongea nyundo hapo ndio hiyo meli itoke ipeleke majani huko Middle East iende mpaka Brussels and what, and it's making the expensive tea even you and I cannot even afford. The thing is, the Kenyan farmer is not being promised, and we need young people. When sasa even these days watoto university ukisha graduate hakuna haja ungoje kazi ya white collar job, unaenda nyumbani kulima. But the thing is, ushalima, broker ako hapo, uwezi ingisha vitu kwa soko. We need someone mwenye anaweza support. We need someone, vijana tunataka wa support zile vitu za ground zinawaumiza.
Sasa
Right now,
Stella, now that tumemaliza uchaguzi tu juzi, is there a way that the farmers can work with what we have currently? Because how can we work with the current one? Because hiyo itakuja huko mbele, you having young people coming in, being elected to have. Is there a way we can work with the current administration as is?
For now, I cannot promise if you work with the current administration, you'll be promised. It's not like we have a CS of agriculture. He's called who? Leondori. What's the name of our CS? What's the name of our CS of agriculture?
Mithika Lintori.
That guy is as toothless as a baby. That guy, I swear, na kwani kunaitangwaje, kwani Meru. Everybody knows that Meru is the home of cats. Yeah, Mera. You see Mera. Mera, remember, it's a green gold. If Mithika Linturi could support his people, now jaribu convince international market that Mera is not a drug. It's just a stimulant. But if it is abused, it is a drug. Unaona? Meru could be having some ingekuwa cash crop. The same Linturi guy cannot even support mkulima wa mahindi. Tulidanganya ti fertilizer imerudi 2,500. Uongo. Hakuna fertilizer imerudi 2,500. Sahi fertilizer mfuko ni 6,000. And remember, ukipanda hiyo shamba, hiyo fertilizer uwezi tumia mfuko moja, utatumia kama ni eka moja, utatumia kama mfuko 8 ama mfuko 10. Remember, kuna DAP na kuna CAN. So those are 12. By the time unapanda hiyo mahindi, weke DAP, alafu weke CAN after 4 months, urudi tena, wenda uchukue watu wa kulimia, urudi tena, uipige dawa, na dawa, these days, it is not that cheap. It is more expensive. Then you have, by the time unavuna ngunia moja, what you are trying to expect, unataka ulipo 3,000. Ukipela kwa cereal board, unaambio ni 1,900. Who is ready to do that? Siheri nipe ng'ombe. Ama niuze mahindi kiwa green, watu wanunue nini? Mahindi choma Nairobi. We cannot, I'm telling you, the agriculture has failed us. The government has failed us. It has failed supporting mkulima wa mahindi, wa miwa. Si ati hatuna miwa, kuko na miwa ya kutengeneza sukari. It is so ashaming we're importing sugar from the war-zone country called Sudan. Tuko na mchele. We have tobacco. We have we have even this. We don't need even to rely on cash crop. Tomato farmers cannot be supported. Mutu wa waru cannot be supported because they are brokers. Kila mahali, broker. You see, even right now, even these days, a farmer cannot even afford hata kununua mfuko ya unga. Mfuko ya unga ya ugali haezi nunua. Kwa sababu ya nini? Haezi uza vitu zake kwa sababu broker amemwambia hizi vitu haziende, hatuwezi uza hivi because hakuna soko. Kuko na soko. So, hiyo docket imetufail. So, kama sisi vijana tukitaka kujisaidia, tutea watu wazee, agriculture ichenjiwe. Soko zote zenye ziko kwa county, wajaribu kufagia hao brokers. And it is only one thing they can do. Tengenezee watu soko, mtu mwenye anataka kuingisha vitu hapo, and it goes the person who is interested to buy things from the farmer. It is the farmer and the vendor. Hakuna maneno ya story ya kuwa na brokers, and brokers wanaweza fagiliwa. So the problem with this, it has never supported. The last person who supported, farmers, I think it's those days during wakati wa Moi. Maziwa tulikuwa tunakunywa, KCC ilikuwa inafanya kazi, coffee ilikuwa inatoka, KPCU ilikuwa inafanya kazi, cereal board ilikuwa inafanya kazi, pale kwa ngano unga ilikuwa inafanya kazi. These days all these are dead. Why? Because of cartels.
Yes, Stella, everything is dead because of cartels. That's a good point. And you also say that young people should take up positions and support other young people into leadership.
Remove these
I
boomers.
agree with you.
Kabisa.
Power,
waende.
listen, power tends to corrupt, and the absolute power corrupts absolutely. Power tends to corrupt, and absolute power corrupts absolutely. That is why we have a problem in our politics. So these young people, they are never given space. Any young leader who wants to come up with any good idea, like Babu Owino, as you have mentioned. Babu Owino, by and large, is a very good leader, upcoming young leader. He is not perfect, but our politics dictates that he has to toe the line. That is why he's in ODM, and every time he is trying to spring up, anakanyagwa anarudi huko chini. So that is our politics and the nature of our politics. We don't tolerate different views. In most of these political parties, they don't tolerate opposing views. And if they were tolerant, the political leaders, remember, and don't forget, we don't have political parties in Kenya. We follow individuals. Raila Odinga is followed by his clique of followers. They don't follow anything called Azimio. They follow Raila Odinga. William Ruto, the same, is followed by people who are inclined to his policies. So these are individual parties moving. Kalonzo will move with his Kamba block. Raila will move with his Luo block plus other people who believe in his ideology. William Ruto will move with his block and the people who believe in his ideologies. If UDA dies today, believe you me, there'll be another political party. People will have forgotten UDA like yesterday. Same to ODM and any other political party. People follow individuals because these parties are built on quicksand. They don't have a strong foundation and they are not in touch with the people and what we believe in. So what we talk about here each and every day is a way to strengthen our democracy and have leaders of tomorrow, future leaders, and be futuristic in our thinking in terms of development and in terms of a policy framework that will work for our people. So that is every moment we are here. Ken, I can see your hands are raised. Can you go ahead?
There's something, a matter of interest you just raised about principles and political parties, and it is true that people normally say that Raila is a movement, right?
Yeah.
Raila is an institution. I've heard that. I used to say that before. But to some extent, that's true. William Ruto is a movement, is an institution. There's a level politically when you have reached, you go beyond your political party. But sadly, both political parties registered in Kenya are all public entities. And most political parties are funded by public coffers. If you look at the present Kenya today, the oldest political party is ODM, followed by KANU and Jubilee and now UDA. If you look at the Political Parties Act, it is stipulated that every political party, depending on the formation of the main houses, that is the Senate and the National Assembly. How many members do you have? That informs on how much you get annually. In the case of ODM, not Azimio, in the case of ODM gets funding from the public to the tune of about 320 million annually. Interestingly, there was some comment there. Interestingly, Nick, I have never seen political parties. In this case, I want to speak about my former party, ODM, that they have received their 300 million, which they receive annually, that they even set aside on social issues, that we want to set aside 100 million for widows. We want to set aside 50 million for school fee. You know, even a few. If we have 47 counties, if they can only take 10 per county for full scholarship, that will be how many people? How many students? You understand? That can really impact on positively on the lives of the common citizens. So I would, and you know, they're so quick, like political parties were all funded. Like now, presently, after the first budget, it took 2023-2024 financial year. As we speak now, all county governments have their money. Na waongei bado unasikia wanaambia watu wao waende maandamano. All county governments have been given money. All agencies, Stella, I want to tell you that I live with a teacher, I'm married to a teacher, and they get paid so early. Actually, pesa inaingia huko tarehe 27th hapo 28th, haifikangi tarehe 30. Pesa yao inaingia. And as at now, all government agencies have their monies, all county governments have their money, all political parties have been funded. Sai, ODM, UDA.
How come the staff have not been paid their salaries?
Now that is hiyo sasa inarudi at agency level, because payroll is generated by human resource of every agencies. It is forwarded to control of budget. After forwarding control of budget, anaangalia wana reconcile, then wanapeana treasury, ndio if miss pesa ikuje irudi.
So wakipe if miss. My question
Yes.
is nani mheshimiwa, how come
Yes.
that these guys at the guys who are working county and working at the government, they are still insisting hawajalipo mshahara yao ya March? No.
Now this is what happens.
Hawajalipo June.
This is what happens.
Hawajalipo June.
In the case of county governments, we have two paymasters. We have the county government workers and we have the county assembly workers.
Mm-hmm.
The county government workers' payroll is generated by the county secretary, forwarded to the control office of the control of budget. You understand? Like man number or service number XY, yeah, is holding this cadre of job group, and this is SRC stipulates that this job group, this character XY of man number or service number ABCD earns this amount, and he or she worked for this particular days this month. Normally, the work plan is normally generated between, I think it is closed by the 12th of every month.
Mm-hmm.
The 12th of every month forwarded to control of budget for purposes of consideration, then forwarded to treasury. Ikifikanga 25th hapa, salary inakujanga. But when it comes to as a joint account of the county. And most county county governments unapata they hold hii pesa unapata pengine account yao iko kwa cooperative, iko Equity. Unapatanga hawa kubwa hii pesa wanakanyagia wanafanya naye biashara. Unanipata? Ile interest they can hold it for about 2 months. ile interest inatoka juu, kuna vile wana split na wao watu wa bank, same as county assemblies, unanipata? Inaenda kule, pesa ikisharudi wana hold hapa. This goes back to TSC. Hii inaendaga kwa TSC, inaendanga kama saa hii polisi wako na pesa yao, but the discipline forces they normally don't, huwa waguzi sana. But this other government agencies, unapata Ministry of Agriculture, unapata nini, unapatanga wakubwa vigogo wana hold onto the money, inakaa kwa account for some time, ina generate interest. Sasa hiyo interest wanagawa. So these people trade with people's money, but the money is normally being released on time. And like in this case, all county governments have had excess money. All political parties like ODM, UDA wako na pesa yao, ile imetoka political parties. Sasa swali, mnajuanga hawa hizi vyama wanapata hizi hera na hii pesa. Umeona chama yoyote Kenya hii wametoa pesa as a social responsibility? At round hii tumepata faida ya milioni 300. Sasa tunagawa, tunataka kupea wananchi. Tushalipa staff yetu yote wage bill milioni 20, na sasa tunataka kugawa hii 100 kwa hata kulipia tu vijana wanaenda hii ndio sababu I'm mad and sad at the same time. Vijana wameenda sasa, unapata wanachangiwa pesa, vijana walipigwa risasi wako Kenyatta Hospital, wanachangiwa pesa kwa kijiji waende watolewe hospitali, unanipata? Na chama iko na pesa hapo tu milioni 300 na kitu.
But let me
So
ask
that was
you,
just, yeah.
Mheshimiwa, does it mean that you, as where you were before you joined the KK, were you
Yes.
guys remitting every month like that membership?
Membership, like in the case when I was in ODM, I used to pay. I took a standing order with the bank against
Yes.
my pay slip. I used to pay 15,000 Kenya shillings every month against my pay. Hiyo inakata automatic kwa pay slip yangu, inaenda
Yeah.
kwa account ya chama. Nimeandika account ya chama pale. Na every year I used to renew my life membership number and pay 5,000 every year. So that is in a term of 5 years, that's 25,000. Then life membership is between 20 to 30,000. Then every month you pay 15,000.
So
Usipolipa, then ile siku unaenda kusimama, it is a penalty. Uwezi pewa, kwanza unaambiwa offset the debts. Unapata saa zingine imeaccumulate is about 1 point something million. Saa zingine wewe uko na pesa kidogo ya kuenda kucampaign. That's a lot of money.
So
Now
it's
you see,
compulsory.
now you see
Mimi
where
nilitoka Wangari, sina deni, nililipa zote.
sasa unaona Stella, mali au viongozi wanatupoteza. You can imagine that apart from the political parties' money that these political parties get, you are also told to remit some money at the end of the month, and your annual
Every month.
subscription has to be renewed. Now, my question to Ken: at what point did you say, okay, fine, you guys as in ODM have been receiving 300 million from the political parties? Who is auditing your money? Who is auditing this money that you receive from the time ODM is in inception? Is there any audit report on the political party's money that you receive as a political party of ODM? And if there is any audit report, why is it not published for the members of ODM to see how their money was spent?
ODM is a political party, and it is a public entity. ODM has a website, and matters of audit are matters that are supposed to be accessible by every citizen. And if there is a submission of audit report, it's supposed to be either or has a soft copy or a hard copy, or even both. And if there's a soft copy, it's supposed to be submitted for purposes of perusal on their website. And in this case, I think our laws are also very weak, either by commission or omission. Somebody must have just decided, because who oversights, other than the political parties tribunal, who oversights, how political parties use their money, because they are public, all political parties are public institutions, because they are run, there has to be, there has to be a report, a financial report on how they use their money. But who oversights them? Either there's no, in parliament hakuna mtu ana oversight political party yoyote. Ati sasa mulipewa for this financial year, how much was on development account, how much was on the current account, how much did you use for wage bill, how much is left? You get me? How much do you use on ABCD? Nobody asked that question, and I think the political elite somehow they are silent about that. Na unapata most political parties, most financial directors and treasurers have direct access to the party leaders. Direct access to the party leaders. That's a very emotive question, and I think in future, in the next election, because I know I'm going to get elected by the grace of God, in the next election, I'm going to get elected again, and I'm going to make sure that I bring a bill that pushes all political parties that receives money from the political parties tribunal to be accountable to the money that they receive. It has to be made public how they use it. You understand? Somebody need to do that.
Yeah, because
And if it is not done before 2027, after the next election, I'll volunteer myself. I know it's going naenda kuingia kwa macho ya vigogo wengi, lakini I'll do my best.
No, that is something that needs to be done, and because this is taxpayers' money, and
Yeah.
if there's no voice of reason within the party, then we need to push that the party leaders be accountable for each and every coin that they receive from the political parties. It is very, very important. That's where corruption begins. That is where corruption begins. And for the sake of accountability, and you want to run for the presidency of the Republic of Kenya, you have to be accountable for each and every resources that you receive from the public or in private. Even the donations that some of our politicians receive, like you see donations from the so-called business community, they have to be made public so that we know who is funding who is anti-development and who is anti-government and things like that, so that we are very, very clear of what kind of movement and how this country is being run. Guys, we have done 4 hours into the program. We are at 4:20. I think we need to wind up. And most of you, tomorrow we are having an early morning. It's Monday, so you need to go and sleep and enjoy your sleep. Stella, your closing remarks, and before Samuel is driving. Let me start with Samuel because Samuel is driving. I need him to go wherever he's going. Samuel, give us your closing remarks, and it has been a pleasure having you in the studio. And once again, I said, you guys leave for me your numbers on our chat box there, so that when we start this show, I can have able, learned panelists like you in our next show. Samuel, go ahead. Sam, your mic is off. Your mic is off. Let me. Samuel, unmute your mic.
Bado.
Mike yake anasikia kweli. Mike, Sam. Oh, he's gone. Okay, we've lost him. Stella, your closing remarks.
My closing remarks. Mine is, I think I think we've spoken a lot about the issue of corruption and some of our government institution which needs improvement. The other segment I really need to talk next time is about how can we amend our section of our constitution, because I've seen some of the section which have been ignored, or maybe they've been kind of discarded by the politicians or maybe anyone who wants to get into the public office. But in the meantime, I think I'm happy with the forum for today, and I think I've gotten I'm happy about with the panel today. That's it.
Thank you. All right. You know, in America, when you receive letters like this, my son has just put, those are just bills. So you don't want even to look at them. There are so many. You don't want to look at them. Stella, I think some wants to get back.
Yeah, I thank you so much for the opportunity and the forum. I've learned a lot, and thank you, Stella, Honorable Obuya, and Zalendo, na wengine. Yeah, I hope we are hopeful that we will have a good country, a better country, and we shall continue engaging, and all shall be well. I wish you the very best. Thank you so much for the opportunity.
All right, it has been a pleasure. It has been a pleasure, Sam, knowing you. And I hope you left your number. I hope you left your number on the chat box so that each and every time we have a show, I can always call you. So so that we have you back on the show. You have got very, very important views to share out there.
Sorry, I had to run to. I'm picking someone from the airport. He's coming in the next 1 hour, so I had to.
Okay. All right. Okay. Just go ahead. But on the chat, tuachie namba yako so that we can get in touch.
Sure.
Mheshimiwa, thank you so much. Your closing remarks. It has been also a pleasure hosting you for the first time in this show, and so many people learned, especially Stella, who is always on my neck, always putting me down. I love her on the show each and every time. When I see Stella, I know I'll have a very nice show. When she's not around, then the discussion becomes boring. All right. Go ahead, Ken. Go ahead.
Thank you, Zalendo. I'm grateful. I'm humbled. I'm honored to have had a heated, constructive, resourceful engagement with my fellow citizens. It was great meeting Samuel Hearing, meeting my sister Stella, meeting Ashley, whom refused to show face, and also my good brother, who the screen I was seeing the picture of Martha Karua, so I thought it was Martha. But I later learned, my brother from the hills. It was good having this conversation, and we learn every day, because nobody has a monopoly of ideas. People, when you have a conversation like this, you pick one or two things that can change your life, that they can equally use to change other people's lives. I'm looking forward to more future engagements, and building our country, Kenya, to a more prosperous, peaceful, more united nation. Thank you so much, Zalendo, for the opportunity.
A question for the panelists and the guys in the comment section. How frequent do you want us to have this show? Because
Fridays.
I've been Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Yeah, I've been pondering with the idea of Friday.
Sundays are more.
So we can have. Do we have a marathon from Friday to Saturday to Sunday, or do we have it once a week? So that is a question to you out there, because initially, you remember, Stella, we've been having shows that run throughout the week, which I think we lack content throughout the week. We'll be talking about the same thing. But if we have shows that are running twice or thrice a week, like from Friday to Saturday to Sunday, then we can get people who are relaxing on Friday and Saturday when they have nothing to do, and Sunday they can come into the show. So that is the
Okay.
idea. I can have it for 3 days. 3 days is very, very good. Leo can host the show each and every time from 9 onwards. We in America can join. Kina Samuel will join later. The challenge has been, Stella, I wish you could host this show on a daily basis. The challenge has been getting a host who can start the show Kenyan time on the other hand, so you can be consistent. That is the biggest challenge that we are having with this talk show. Because first, it is voluntary, you are not paid anything. But I urge you guys to subscribe to True TV. That is my channel. We are trying to build it alongside Mtembei. Mtembei platform has got over 20 million viewers. So can be rest assured that any message that goes on to this channel will be watched by at least, by the time we are done with this broadcast, you will see the viewership. It will have reached probably 10,000 plus views on this particular show. So you guys keep locked here. We thank MTV, Mtembei TV, for giving us the platform. And of course, Leo, who has been early as a presenter and a host of this program. They left a bit earlier. Thank you so much. Keep it real, who is a member and a staunch supporter of Azimio. Asante sana for gracing the show. Thank you so much. Kenya Rebel, as usual, you are always very, very informed on the particular issues. So kuja tu kwa hii show, lakini we don't support Donald Trump. Wewe ni mtu wa Trump sana na kujua. And who else? And of course, the other guys in the comment section, Cornerstone, who is so faceless, we have never seen them, but they contribute a lot to this show because in the comment section, he keeps it very, very active and engaged with the people in the comment section. So that has been well received. Akinyi Nyar Jawuoro. You come into the show, bring your ideas here. We love people who have got different ideas. We will not block you from this particular platform, whether you are Azimio, whether you are UDA. We want to hear your idea. We want to propel the Kenyan agenda. What we have at heart, are we as panelists in this particular program, is Kenya. We have Kenya at heart. We might be affiliated to political parties, but our country comes first, and our constitution is the most important element in our society. So we must safeguard our constitution at all costs, and it will never be manipulated under our watch, Stella. Otherwise, thank you very much, guys, for being part of and parcel of this program. Dios, and see you next time. Asanteni sana.
Okay, bye.
Bye.
Bye.